And then I'm gonna, all right. I'm gonna invite my Discord right now. So give me 5 seconds. So we'll see. All right, here we are, our first ever live event. Pipeline award-winning podcast presents first round of the NFL draft coverage. We're going to be here for all first round, all 4 hours. It's going to be a long one, so hunker in. I want to have a lot of interaction for you guys. Want to give you some fun jokes. We're going to keep it light. I'm sure the production quality is potato. That's okay. We're just here having fun. Going to have some special guests. Don't forget, stay tuned for that. I think you'll enjoy it. We're also going to have memes. We're going to rate people's outfits. We're going to tweet out some fun things. We're just going to build a community. And as I said, we're going to have fun. That's all we're here to do. NFL draft. NFL is obviously king. And obviously, we cover college football, college basketball, etc. But this is the final step for a lot of these college players. The ones that their careers are going to continue. These guys are about to become rich. Some of the guys in the later rounds, maybe not so much. But if you've played football at all, if this is what you've done your entire life, this is your dream. And it's going to be going, I think it's going to start in like 3 minutes. So we're going to just be hanging out. Please comment. Please have fun. And if you can't comment for some reason, this is our first one, so I expect a lot of bugs. I don't want to sugarcoat that at all. It's going to be a lot of probably hiccups. That's okay. That's how we get better, right? So make sure you leave comments. If you can't for some reason, please DM me on Twitter @pipeline_. I'm going to have Twitter up all night. We're going to be tweeting some stuff as well. And that will just let me know that the comments aren't working because I'm not going to be able to see them otherwise. All right. So just sit tight and let's get ready for a 3-hour tour, 4-hour tour, whatever it is. We're going to have fun here all night. All right. Let's see what we got. All right, so who do we think? I mean, I think Bryce Young at the number 1 pick. I think that's almost obvious at this point. Bryce Young from Alabama, proven winner. That's no doubt. The size might concern me a little bit. 5'9 3/4" or whatever was measured. But you can't deny the arm. You can't deny the accuracy. You can't deny the playmaking ability. Even sneakily loses. If he loses his legs, we have a story on our hand. Uses his legs. Obviously not like an Anthony Richardson. We'll get more on him in a little bit. But some escapability from Bryce Young and an ability to extend plays. Maybe he's going to be your best Drew Brees impersonation, not as far as escapability, but as far as size and still being able to succeed at the NFL level. Beyond that, I think beyond the first pick, all bets are off. Houston could obviously go quarterback at number 2, but there's rumors that they're going to pick a defensive player. So D'Amico Ryan's first year as head coach, I don't know what's going to happen. How many quarterbacks are going to be selected? To me, there were probably 2, maybe 3 first-round grade quarterbacks. I think we could see up to 5 drafted. It just depends on what teams want, what they're focusing on, and I'll get more into that a little bit later. But like I said, we're just going to have fun. We're going to keep it light and just be here all for the first round. So let's see what we got. All right. So I think we're about to get started. Do kind of wish, I mean, obviously at this point, he's kind of past his prime by a long shot, but nostalgic, I kind of do wish it were still Chris Berman. Greenberg's fine. He's perfectly fine, but you kind of think of the draft, you think of Berman and you think of Mel Kiper. Kiper here, by the way, shout out to Mel Kiper. I know he gets a lot of crap online, but for his 40th draft, unreal to be around that many drafts. And really, without Mel Kiper, there is no NFL draft. As far as it being a big spectacle and a big hoopla and look at what they're doing now. It used to be in New York City. They do 1 or 2 rounds. Then he started putting out his magazine. He kind of created a niche and then took over and really took it to astronomical heights. Still getting it done. And of course, yeah, he's going to miss some picks, but Mel Kiper, the godfather of the NFL draft. So like I said, we're just going to have a lot of fun tonight and hang out. We got to pace ourselves. 4 hours is a long time. But like I said, join the comments, leave us some feedback, and just tell us what your thoughts are. Tell us who you think is going to be number 2. That's going to be key. I think really after number 1, the draft starts to unfold. We'll give Bryce Young at Carolina number 1. Number 2, that's going to set, if it's a quarterback, things start going differently. If it's someone like Jalen Carter for Georgia, I think one of the best players in the draft. Obviously, there's a few off the field issues, a few character issues. Some teams are going to worry about that, especially when you're spending such a high draft pick. But if he starts to fall and he gets into double digits or teens, watch out, because A, you're giving him a chip on his shoulder for probably one of the most talented guys in the draft. And then 2, he's going to go to a team that had a better record and could probably be a difference maker. So we'll have to see how that goes. By the way, I talked about it on our last award-winning podcast with KSD. He actually can't be here tonight. He's busy vacationing. Anywho, he sends his love to everyone, but he and I talked about it, how the draft now is going from city to city. And he actually gave a little anecdote when he was in New York City a few years ago, not for the draft, but just for a different reason. And he just couldn't imagine, he said he couldn't imagine hanging out for the draft. Now, disclaimer, he doesn't have an NFL team. He doesn't really follow the NFL, obviously, like he does college football. I do have an NFL team. I'm going to keep that anonymous. Members of Pipeline Nation could probably put the clues together that I've left throughout the years and figure it out. But regardless, I do have an NFL team, and I would throw myself down a flight of stairs if I went to the draft. First of all, think about it. You're standing in line or standing up for just hours on end. It probably started at noon. People probably started getting there at noon to midnight. You're just standing around waiting for your favorite team. At best, your favorite team has 2 picks at best. And that's going to take a total of, when they actually read the name, 30 seconds maybe. So I couldn't do it. I mean, I'd rather just, get the update and then move on my way. I mean, if there's other things you can, I know there were some food places. They're in Kansas City, which, by the way, what a bit of kismet for the NFL to be hosting it in the same city in which they just won the Super Bowl. So I don't know who's hosting it next year. Maybe it's good luck for them. So I see Corey leaving some comments that he started drinking at noon, which, by the way, Corey's in our Discord. And if you're not in our Discord, you're really missing out. We have some great conversations, a lot of funny jokes, a lot of memes. Like I said, we always keep it light. The link should be in, I'll put it in this description, but it also should be on my Twitter bio for those that aren't already there. You're missing out. But yeah, Corey getting started early, drinking early, and this is water, Corey. So I got to pace myself. I can't match you tonight, pal. But what do we think about number 2? Who do we think at number 2? They go defense. They trade down. I don't know. It's going to be, like I said, number 1's almost a formality, which is strange because it's not really a draft where you have a sort of Peyton Manning-esque figure where everyone says, okay, this is the guy. But for the Carolina Panthers, it seems like Bryce Young is the guy. I hope he succeeds. I'm always cheering for these guys. I just hope his size isn't a problem. But Alabama has a pretty good record in the NFL right now. Obviously, Jalen Hurts just got a Super Bowl loss, but man, Alabama / Oklahoma, depending on what fan base you're on. He's talking. Sorry, I got distracted by Corey again. He said he wasn't talking about himself drinking at noon. The NFL draft crowd. Okay, I'll give you that. They probably did start drinking at noon. Probably in Kansas City having a little bit of barbecue. Yes. So yeah, Bryce Young at 1. Alabama quarterbacks. You have Jalen Hurts, like I said, / Oklahoma. Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones is going to have a good year this year. I think last year was a throwaway year, possibly a wasted year. He obviously, the New England Patriots, he took a step back, but I think a little bit more of it was he didn't have offensive coordinator. He had a defensive coordinator playing an offensive coordinator on TV. Then he had the injury. Then he had Bailey Zappi come in and do some things. He came back, just didn't quite get it done. And plus, the Bills were dominant in that division. So I think Mac Jones has another good year this year, a solid year, maybe a Pro Bowl type year like his first year. I don't know. That would give Alabama Tua Tagovailoa. Just kind of is Alabama turning into QBU? I don't know. Well, Bryce Young being selected at number 1 is definitely going to be adding to that. So kicking it off, everyone's favorite villain, Roger Goodell, is in the house. And I don't know your opinions on Roger Goodell. I think he's a sideshow phony, but that's what he's paid to do. So it's just funny. I always think it's funny because he goes and gives these guys, daps them up, gives them big bear hugs. And the reality is Roger Goodell's on the side of the owners. So if we had a labor crisis and you have players versus owners, Roger Goodell's salary is paid by the owners. So that's what I mean. It's a little bit phony when he's dapping up all the draft picks. But bringing the house down. Patrick Mahomes and company coming out with the Super Bowl trophy. Crowd going crazy, except for the 14 Jets fans that are there. Travis Kelce along with him. I know Kelce and company played the "Nobody Believed in Us" card this year, straight out of the Michael Jordan playbook. But it'll be interesting to see what they're like next year. Next year will be the key because no one's gonna say they didn't believe in them next year. So Mahomes with 2 Super Bowls under his belt. How many can he get to? Was Tom Brady at 7? Is that record going to be threatened? I don't know. We'll have to see. All right, lots of smoke screens going on as Corey in the chat's giving us for the betting odds and trades. Of course, there was the infamous Reddit post. I still think Late Kick Josh posted that under a burner account, but that's just me. In which Will Levis, quarterback for Kentucky, very suspect in my opinion. I don't think I'm the only one here, but said he was definitely going to be drafted by the Carolina Panthers. His odds dropped from being first overall pick from plus 4,000, I think, all the way down to plus 400, swinging the odds by an order of magnitude based on a Reddit post. We truly are living in unprecedented times. All right. So we have CJ Stroud. Corey keeping us up to date. Appreciate it, Corey. Appreciate the support. And keeping us up to date, that's what we need. CJ Stroud I actually like CJ Stroud the most. If I'm Carolina, I'm picking CJ Stroud. I don't think you can go wrong with Bryce Young. I just worry about the size. The guys in the NFL are so big, so fast. But with that being said, there are so many rules to protect the quarterback now that it's almost like they have them in bubble wrap. But I don't know. I like Stroud. Of course, there were the metrics, the test-taking metrics, and he went the full Cardell Jones and we ain't come to play school type mentality. And when he scored so poorly on a couple of tests, I don't know. I would have to see those tests over time because I'm sure there's been guys that have scored great on those type of tests and done poorly and vice versa. But, we'll see. I have heard Eagles trading for Carter. I have heard they love him, but how much would you have to give up to get him? Because, there are the concern. He was in, for heaven's sake, he was in at least at the scene of a car wreck that killed a couple people. And geez, you have to at least be a pretty red flag there, a pretty big red flag. So I don't know. Eagles trading up would be interesting, especially because the Eagles have a couple of picks in this first round, or they have a higher pick than they normally would, especially for a team coming off of a Super Bowl loss. But, they got it during a trade. And so having a team that was Super Bowl runner-up, that high up, able to get an impact player would be interesting. They obviously just paid Jalen Hurts a ton of money, and they don't want to waste that investment. They want to get it done. Lift another Lombardi Trophy on Broad Street in Philly. I don't know. Carolina's obviously on the clock. This is the one thing that bothers me is it's 15 minutes a pick. And if you know you want Bryce Young, first of all, I think this should be a new rule. The first pick should have 30 seconds. You have had 6 months just about to get, okay, maybe not 6 months, 3 months to get your stuff in order. You should not need, you've already fielded all the trade. There's not going to be anybody that comes in the last second and offers what it would take to move up to the number one pick. That's ridiculous. You get 30 seconds, then you're off the clock. And if you don't get it, then the next person goes, or the next team goes. Which, I'm going to plug it all night. Shameless plug. If you listen to the last Pipeline Award-winning podcast, that was KSD's favorite draft moment when the Vikings missed their pick and other teams started selecting behind. I think it was in 2004. I think that's what he said. So that's actually a thing. If you didn't get your pick in time, the teams behind you can start selecting. And that did happen one time. So that's what we need. We need 30 seconds on the clock when they say, on the clock, Carolina Panthers, 30 seconds. Else the other team's selecting. And I don't care. That's the new rule. So, as I mentioned, we are going to have some special guests tonight. It's going to be fun. A couple people, I don't know if they'll be able to make it. Like I already mentioned, KSD at Pregame Empire, he could not make it tonight. He was too busy vacationing on the beach somewhere with a margarita in his hand. So he's with me in spirit. But yeah, so one thing I did notice, we're going to talk about the whole gambit of everything. But one thing I noticed in some of the pregame festivities and some of the pregame interviews, maybe not pregame, pre-draft, what are you going to do? Tons of jewelry, lots of jewelry, lots of diamonds, lots of bling. I don't know if all of them were actually diamonds, but necklaces with enormo medallions, various medallions. That's the thing this year. I guess I need a few more of these YouTube lives to hit before I can purchase one of those. But if I do, what should I get right here for a big block of diamonds? I'm trying to center it on the camera. Pipeline logo, maybe 2 on the nose. I don't know. Maybe I need to get something mysterious. Corey giving love to his Browns. Cleveland guy here. Quentin Johnson. Ball and mask photo. That was what that we didn't mention that one. We didn't mention the Laramie Tunsil gas mask, bong mask, whatever you want to call it. That had to be one of the all-time draft moments because, first of all, it was done right beforehand and allegedly by someone that was trying to sabotage him. And he fell quite a bit. I think he fell to like 12th or 13th. That cost him a lot of money. Now, he's gotten paid since then, but a wild night to be for sure. Now I'm going to say something unpopular. It's not that I don't like him or anything like that, but to me, to see Chris Mortensen so feeble, so thin, I just hate seeing it. It kind of reminds me of a few years back of when Dick Clark would do the New Year's Rockin' Eve, and he had some. I think he had a stroke or something. He had some medical issues, and it was hard for him to talk. It was hard to understand him. And while Mort isn't quite to that level, it is just, I know he did battle cancer, and don't get me wrong, I'm glad he's healthy enough to be able to come back and do some draft coverage. But is juxtaposed next to someone like Schefter and obviously Kuiper and Greenberg and Louis Riddick, etc. their energy, they're obviously bringing it. They're obviously, the crowd's loud. There's energy. Juxtaposed next to him, it makes him seem even more feeble. But again, I'm not obviously not hating on the guy. I mean, I wish him nothing but the best. I just hate seeing him like that, I guess. But the pick is in. Okay, so we'll see. We will see. All right. Talking to some Twitter people. So no surprise. Bryce Young, number one overall pick. Like I said, they really needed 30 seconds to make this pick. Bryce going with a little bit of a more subdued look, a little less bling, not the ginormous medallions of gold. Almost looks like he has a pearl necklace on. Breaking, Bryce Young wears a pearl necklace, but I don't think it is. I think it's just the way it looked in the on the camera. Should they have gotten Bryce Young a stool so he could take a better picture? Who said that? Honestly, who said that? That's rude. I'm just kidding around. I like I said, I love Bryce Young, playmaker. Going to be interesting times. You know, Matt Rule, the former Panther coach, out at Nebraska. We'll see if Nebraska can make any noise this year. But Bryce Young, the Panthers, number one overall pick. They starting anew, getting Bryce Young. We'll see if he can be the franchise quarterback that they are hoping for. We'll have, obviously Alabama's going to do well in as far as draft picks go, but we'll see how many, as Georgia overtaken Alabama, I say yes. Georgia is the new Alabama, and they're only going to get better. But for now, obviously Alabama's still going to churn out talent. They take the number one overall pick. We'll see what Houston does. This is kind of, like I said, this is where the draft, this is where it unfolds. Remember, if you're seeing us, if you're watching us on YouTube, please leave a comment. Who do you guys think the Texans are going to take at number 2? And we'll have some kind of fun draft stories throughout the night because just like I said, we're just keeping it light. We're just having fun. And it's kind of a weird coat, though. There was something weird was going on at the bottom of that coat. I'm not sure. It almost looked like there was a built-in towel or something on the front. Huh. This is interesting, though. By the way, this was who tweeted this out? PFF College. Okay. With all of Alabama's picks, and it's been well documented, this is the first number one overall draft pick for the Tide since Joe Namath in 1965. That's pretty surprising, especially with guys like, obviously Tua and Mac Jones and some of the other defensive players. I don't know. Kind of surprising that's taken me by surprise. Which, by the way, this happens every year. Who's gonna flub the draft? Who's gonna be the draft? Doesn't it seem like the Raiders at 7 are gonna do something off the wall? I know, obviously they used to do things off the wall, especially when Al Davis was alive and on the team. But with his son owning the team, I don't. They're maybe not quite as wild as they used to be. So there it is. Stroud, Corey was right with the odds. Stroud, the pick. I like him best. Uh, oh, the Joe Namath slander. We're here for it, right? um, yeah, that's true. That's true about Farrell at 4. Um, I like Stroud. I don't care about the test. I feel like I like his, first of all, I like his build. He's a bigger guy, much significantly bigger than Bryce Young. I just think that pounding that they take, again, though, they do have bubble wrap. They have bubble wrap the quarterback. So all of those misdirections, sleight of hand, and it was C.J. Stroud all along. Stroud the first with the big block of diamonds has the number 7. Looks like he's a little emotional, which, hey, I would be too. I would be too. So Arizona on the clock. I don't know. I don't know where they go from here. But what was the over under on quarterbacks in the first round? I think it was 4.5. Now there are only 31 picks. I can't. Who lost their pick? Someone lost their pick. Anyway, regardless, I'll look. I have to look it up at this point. But with the only 31 picks, I wonder if it'll affect the quarterbacks taken, especially because I guess what you're talking, Hendon Hooker probably latest. So again, I think if you're Arizona, you got to go Stetson Bennett. Stetson Bennett, number 3. There it is. I called it. Stetson Bennett. Georgia's domination is complete. Now, I will say this. I loved Will Anderson. And I'm with you, Corey. I don't know if bringing in C.J. Stroud in this scenario, I don't know if he's so much of a difference maker that we use a number 2 pick. Why not just go with Stetson Bennett instead? No, but seriously, I just think about let's get in the inflatable foot bath time machine. Head back to last year. So not this college football season, preseason last year. Do we remember that Will Anderson is kind of forgotten because Alabama had a little bit more of an uneven year? Will Anderson was being tossed around rather loosely for winning the Heisman. I mean, that never happens for a defensive player, and he had decently short odds. I mean, for a defensive player, and like I said, he Alabama had a little bit more of an uneven year. They missed the playoff, but Will Anderson to me is going to be an absolute wrecking ball. I agree with Corey wholeheartedly. Take Anderson, punt on the quarterback, get your defensive stalwart. I'm sorry. Yeah, take Anderson and punt on CJ Stroud. Yep. I don't know if after Arizona we have Indianapolis. I don't know if he's gonna be able to join, but because he's got a little bit some conflicting schedules tonight, but might have Pipeline Mike, one of the co-founders of Pipeline, join. He's a big Colts fan. Now I don't think he will not join around the fourth pick. I know that, but if he can't, whatever, because I really want the Colts to take Will Levis, and then I want to see Mike's reaction. But we'll see if he can join us. I'll punch him through. But CJ Stroud with the Nick Saban complex of when he's doing an interview, he doesn't know where to look. Where he looks, he's like, "Yes, thank you." The interviewer's over here, like, "No, blah blah blah. This is normal, right? The person's over here. I'm talking to blah 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 blah." She asks him a question. He looks like, "What is this? The Office?" I mean, come on. Nick Saban does the same thing, but these guys will learn. It's fun. How about our guy? A shout out to third year Letterman. He never misses a beat. Speaking of Stetson Bennett, third year Letterman. Why did I not think of it? I said Stetson Bennett, and I didn't think of this. The first two picks are 0-2 against Stetson Bennett in playoff games. Unbelievable tweet. He had to be sitting on that all off season, but oh man, I wish I would have thought of that. I'm mad at myself. Lots of blocks of diamonds. Blocks of diamonds. Hope you invested well in blocks of diamonds. But so Arizona's trading the pick to the Texans. What? Do they go? Do they go Will Anderson here? Do they keep Stroud? This is insanity. And remember, leave your comments. We're having a lot of fun. Corey's leaving his. I love it. We're interacting. This is our first live event. We're going to have tons of more. I told you, I'm not going to promise you great production quality. My first time. I'm putting it all together. I am not a lighting guy, so I don't quite know what I'm doing yet, but I'll figure it out. So, do they go Will Anderson here? They get wow, kind of wild. Do the Texans take another quarterback here? Do they take Stetson Bennett? Stetson Bennett, number 3, number 2, and number 3 to hopefully cross their fingers, get it right. So the Houston Texans go from, and listen, let's not forget, Houston Texans blew the final draft pick. They won their last game. They would have had they blew their final game. They would have had the number 1 draft pick. They do that, and then they go to 2, and now they're moving back up and getting 3rd selection. What if they went from one of the worst records in the league to immediately starring in a Super Bowl? Houston Texans, Super Bowl champs. Alabama coming for blood, 2 out of 3. Will Anderson. Hey, we just said, look, Corey just said it. He's the one who called it. Corey in on it. Said should have gone Will Anderson. Well, they didn't, but they did. Coming back and getting him with the 3rd pick. C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Wow. Houston setting fire to the draft early. I love the Will Anderson pick. Like I said, he's going to be an absolute monster. Anderson actually had, I saw in the pre-draft interview, had kind of a cool thing. I believe it was his grandma. I don't know if you can quite see it when he's doing the interviews or when he's walking up. I still, I can never get used to Roger Goodell being Buddy, but I know he does it every year, but I swear it's the funniest thing in the world. Yes, I'm not a Roger Goodell fan. I think inside his jacket, in the lining of his jacket, he has like pictures of his grandmother, I think. And I think she passed away, but she was, his biggest fan, always loved football. So it was kind of a cool story. A lot of guys had some sentimental things in their wardrobe. Will Levis had his grandfather's cufflinks, so his grandfather had actually passed away as well. And his father found them, and they're actually cufflinks of a football player with wearing the number 7. So, they were given to him by his father. So I guess that would be Will Levis's great grandfather had a cufflinks with a football player with the number 7. Totally wild, but really cool sentimental moment, I guess, for Will Levis. I love this. The Texans are on fire. They are like setting the whole draft on fire. Sometimes you get teams and they're kind of afraid of the criticism. Texans are having none of it. They're trading. They'll trade their whole draft away. I don't care. I want the Texans to trade every draft pick for the next 10 years and select the players 2 through 10. Build a whole new team in 1 year, and then if it doesn't work out, just be 0-16 every year. 0-17, sorry. Still can't get used to 17 games in a year. Still can't get used to it. But right when I said, of course, leaving Alabama show me up, right when I said Georgia's taking over, Georgia's the new Alabama, 2 out of the first 3 picks are tied. And yes, Crimson Tide fans are celebrating. KD, one of the best Alabama accounts on Twitter, not KD3, or not KDK3, I guess, said Alabama is currently on pace to have 21 first-round draft picks this year. I think that would be some sort of record. But Cardinals get a haul, 1233 and 2024 first. Is that worth Will Anderson? I don't know, because as bad as the Texans were this year, as how many holes they have to fill, that 2024 pick is going to be high. It's going to be at least a mid-rounder, if not a top 10 pick. Then what are you dealing with? Cardinals move back. And look, props to the Cardinals. If you get that sort of offer, you do it 100 times out of 100. You don't have your guy. There's not going to be some difference maker right there for the Cardinals. So they're going to move back. What is it? 9 spots, and go there, pick up an additional second rounder, which that'll be 1 spot sooner. Remember, because there's not 32 teams this year in the first round. There's only 31 picks. And then that 2024, that's a great trade for the Cardinals. Are those real cheerleaders? Or are those just people that dressed up as cheerleaders? That's what we need to do. We need to infiltrate and do Jim Irsay. Should I hold my tongue with Jim Irsay? Speaking of bombed out of your gourd, Jim Irsay, ladies and gentlemen. But oh man, Anthony Richardson. To me, Anthony Richardson is a. Let's just wait. Let's wait. I'll give my opinion on him in 1 second, especially if he's drafted. So, I really, really hope Pipeline Mike hops on, because Colts take Anthony Richardson, and this is Anthony Richardson for me. Yes, super athletic guy, athleticism off the charts. That cannot be questioned. This is a panic pick. This is a social media pick, in my opinion. Definitely he should be drafted, and he'll probably be able to play in the NFL. He should not be this high. And that's nothing against Anthony Richardson. It's just more of, if you're picking a quarterback, specifically quarterback, this high up in the draft, you want a sure thing. You want a guy that's going to change the direction. Because if you're picking this high up in the draft, 99 times out of 100, it's because you had a bad record. There's the random times where people trade and then whatever, but you need a guy that's going to literally turn your franchise around, and I just don't know if that's Richardson. I really don't know. But I really hope Mike can work this out. I'm going to give him the business. I'm going to give him the business. Do not let me give Mike the business. Pipeline Mike the business. All right, I'm tweeting some stuff out. But again, back to Anthony Richardson. Sorry, I had to tweet something out. I like guys that have started a lot of games. I know they're going to give the Donovan McNabb comparison. They're going to give maybe the Cam Newton comparison. And he has that sort of athleticism, that escapability, that running ability that those type of guys had. But, and I will say this, let me say this. I thought Cam Newton was going to be a bust. I thought he survived on his athleticism, at college, and it wouldn't translate to the NFL. And then the first 2 games, he threw for 400 yards in each game. The first NFL rookie to ever do that in his first 2 games, threw for over 400 yards. So 2 games in, and I had already made one of the worst predictions ever. But I'm not sure. Maybe Richardson will prove me wrong. And I will say this, at least Newton had more starts under his belt. Some of that at Blinn College, some of that at, Auburn. And so it wasn't all there. And he had obviously been at Florida before he took some laptops, but I digress. All right. No, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, what's up?
Ladies and gentlemen, Pipeline Mike, right on cue.
I'm looking for my Colts Lucha Libre mask right now. I'm very excited, man. I mean, I know Anthony Richardson is going to be a bit of a project for the Colts, but it's better than Will Levis and Mayo and his coffee.
Yeah, I wanted you guys to get Will Levis so badly so I could bust your balls, but
I would have hated it. I was fully expecting it. I know the Mannings are very high on Will Levis, so part of me was just preparing for that. So it's actually quite surprising. I mean, I think Anthony Richardson is basically just Peyton Manning 2.0 anyway. So
yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's as I talk, he's going to get the Cam Newton, he's going to get the Donovan McNabb comparisons. I just don't know if he started enough to be drafted this high. But what are you guys going to do? I mean, obviously Jim Irsay was bombed out of his gourd and he selected this pick. So
yeah, I mean, that's when he's at his best. When Jim Irsay is he's got substances in his body, all of the substances. It's funny. I just watched the new Jim Mulaney special last night, and very or John Mulaney right. Special.
John Mulaney, yeah.
And it's very Jim Irsay-esque. Let's just put it that way.
Nice. Mulaney definitely with a history of substance abuse, similar to Mr. Irsay.
That's funny. But yeah, I'm very excited.
Give me your right now without looking at anything, not your schedule, nothing. Give me your over/under for Colts wins next year.
I mean, realistically speaking, I think I'd say 8 wins, 7, 8 wins.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Steichen. A lot of Colts fans are very excited about him and what he's going to bring to the Colts. It's just hard to be very optimistic with the past couple seasons and how all of that has turned out. But it is exciting to have a quarterback for the future, right? As a Colts fan, the past couple of years, we've just gotten the old guys, the washed up quarterback. I mean, the youngest quarterback that we've had as our starter going into the season the past couple of years was Carson Wentz, and that was post-injury Carson Wentz, right? So,
right.
Yeah.
I will say this. I've already proven myself at being bad at predictions by saying Cam Newton would be a bust in the NFL. I will say, I'm going to go on a limb and say Anthony Richardson has better mobility than Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I think he's got 11
even with Phillip Rivers' electric wheelchair.
I think he's got 11 less kids. But
that we know of.
That we know of. Yeah, that's very true. But yeah, I think it's a very exciting thing for the Colts. I think having a quarterback, especially having a quarterback who can make plays when things break down. Obviously, there's a lot of concerns there with regards to missing open throws here and there. But, hopefully that's something that they'll be able to work on, and going forward, he'll be better.
Well, a guy with a ton of athleticism, if you're inaccurate, you can still be effective. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I know you can't stay long, Mike, so I don't want to hold you up, but I I already told the audience that I wasn't sure you'd be able to stop by, but I do appreciate it because I wanted to. I mean, Richardson could be great. It's such an unknown, but to me, this is the Patrick Mahomes effect. You're afraid of passing on the next great one. You're afraid of social media. What you don't want to do the Mahomes where the Bears draft Mitchell Trubisky, and then picks later Patrick Mahomes goes. Now he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So
yeah, I think Trubisky is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So.
touche.
All right, so the Seahawks selection. Oh, Devin Witherspoon.
I like Witherspoon. I think I thought. Where's Corey? Corey, yeah, I know you're in the chat. Corey thought he had solved the mystery because Pete Carroll was leaving, clandestine clues as what they were going to pick in the draft. We thought Corey had figured it out and that they were going to select Jalen Carter, but I guess not. I guess they go Witherspoon.
Yeah.
Hard-hitting guy, obviously can lay the lumber. I really like Witherspoon as a player. Is that corner? He's got pretty good size. He's not one of the undersized corners, but he's not afraid to come up and lay the lumber, lay the hit. So
yeah, I'm watching these highlights right now, and he's he can really lay the wood for a cornerback like that. So there'll be some interesting matchups in the Seahawks practices and training camps, right, with DK Metcalf and and now Witherspoon matching up against him and the other Seahawks receivers. Oh man!
All right, my friend, I will let you go. I'll
cool.
Hop back on later if you want. If maybe the Colts make another trade or something.
Absolutely, yeah. If we trade up and get Will Levis this time, so
nice.
All right, good seeing everybody.
See you, Chief.
All right, bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Mr. James Weber.
Hi,
Jimmy, how you doing, my friend?
Good. How are you?
Good. So the original plan, we'll add some behind the scenes footage. Mr. Weber here, which, by the way, if you're not following him on Twitter, please do so. You're missing out on a ton of great content. We were big Lions fan, Jim, big Lions fan, big Michigan fan. We were going to go after the second Lions pick, but who knows when that could be? Yeah. The way the draft is, that could be 1 a.m. at this point. But what are we thinking here, Jim? Like I said, you're a big Lions fan. Are you, what position do you think that they need the most help in? Do you go Jalen Carter here? You guys finished on a strong note. I think you were 9-8, right? So pretty good to be this high up in the draft.
I think going into the offseason, the biggest concern was the secondary, but they made a ton of signings in the offseason to really bolster the secondary. So I think now defensive line. And I think the big question is whether or not they're going to get Jalen Carter from Georgia or Tyreek Wilson from Texas Tech. They could also get Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, the cornerback.
Right.
The nightmare scenario would be if they reached and got Will Levis.
But that would be the most Lions thing ever.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised. But I would think it'd be between Jalen Carter and Tyree Wilson. Jalen Carter is obviously the most dominant player in college football last season. Tyree Wilson is kind of one of those freak athlete defensive ends, and you can never have enough good pass rushers. And for him to be opposite Aiden Hutchinson would obviously be a tremendous combination. So
that would be good. I mean, there's always one of these draft guys, and this year it's Jalen Carter, in which something happens off the field. Negative stories start getting leaked out about him, and then they start to drop. And it seems like kind of that's where we're at with Carter. Because if he doesn't go here, I mean, he might drop all the way back to the Eagles. He could go into the double digits, which at one point would have probably been unthinkable. But there was like I mentioned, the off field with the wreck and of course the terrible fatalities. But I mean, he's a great player. To your point, he's absolutely dominant, and matching those type of guys. And because I think Detroit, like I said, 9-8, 2 first-round draft picks. I'm assuming after they make this pick, you're ordering your Super Bowl tickets, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know that the draft experts like to always say to draft the best player available, but I think that when you've got such big gaping holes on the defense, that you really gotta. And when you have, I think what the Lions need lines up so well with what is the best available player right now. So I'm super excited. Unless, like I said, they swerve, they do a last minute swerve, and take someone like Will Levis.
Oh man.
The Jalen Carter thing is interesting because I remember when Todd McShay first started talking about, oh, there's some red flags and some character concerns. And I feel like I, among other people, were like, this is ridiculous. You're just trashing a kid. And then, people came out around the Georgia program and said, Jalen Carter's been nothing but a stand-up guy. Then obviously the fatal wreck happens, and then the footage comes out that was even before that he had been caught going extremely fast before that. And then Todd McShay's was just on Pardon My Take this week saying there's other issues I've heard about, that he's been like a lot to handle in the locker room. So, at first I was very skeptical of what Todd McShay was saying, and I thought, he was just kind of tearing the kid down. But now, after what has come out, you're kind of worried about, what other things do we not know about Jalen Carter? And now you kind of give Todd McShay the benefit of the doubt. So definitely concerning, definitely a boom or bust pick if they go that route. But as you saw with Anthony Richardson, it's hard to turn down talent that is that tantalizing.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. I was with you. I thought like McShay, it seemed like it was a little bit out of left field. And then
the Lions are trading their pick. Just when I was like, they can't screw this up.
This to me, this is wild that this many trades in the top 10, because normally teams are kind of worried about getting fleeced, or like, obviously there's a social media element, whether people want to admit it or not. They don't want to be trashed on social media because look, Mel Kiper and guys, they made their entire career off the NFL draft. The dirty little secret is a lot of times it's still a crapshoot. You do the best you can, but you got guys that go undrafted that go to the Hall of Fame and number 1 picks that never play a down. So I guess the Lions are moving back to 12.
Wow, and they get another second-round pick. I will say, to get the 31st overall pick to move back 6 spots seems like pretty good value to me.
Yeah.
So I can't complain. It's just tough when you're that close to a great player. And now I think Jalen Carter and Tyree Wilson will probably both be gone.
Well, hopefully Will Levis will still be there at 12.
Well played.
Well, look, I don't know if you can you stick around a little bit longer?
Sure.
We'll talk a little bit, because look, we're college football and basketball. That this is the end of the road for these college guys, and they're obviously going on to the next level. But let's talk a little college football this year. What do you think about Michigan? Disappointing end of the season. Take your heart out of it. One of the greatest, if not the greatest, college semifinal games ever. Maybe it was usurped later that night with Georgia and Ohio State. But I was really wondering if we would get a Michigan-Ohio State championship game. I think the ratings for that would have been through the roof. I don't think that they did quite as well. TCU losing by 1,000. But this upcoming year, what do you foresee? I know it's early, so I won't lock in. I won't place my bets quite yet. But what do you think this year?
Yeah, I mean, the sky's the limit for Michigan football. I think it's really national title or bust this year. When they got Blake Corum back, I think everyone was just shocked that he decided to do that, because I feel like every running back just leaves as soon as they can, because they have only so much shelf life in the NFL, and you want to get to that second big contract as soon as you can.
Right.
I was obviously ecstatic when he decided to come back, and he said he had unfinished business. They got a bunch of other guys back that I think were on the fence of going as well. So I think that They did really well in the transfer portal as well. They got Ernest Hausman from Nebraska, great linebacker. They got a good pass rusher from Coastal Carolina. And then the one area that I feel like Michigan was kind of lacking was the recruiting. I think they finished in the 20s this past year, but they just got Chris Partridge back from.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
And he's doing a great job. And they also got a new quarterback coach. You remember the hacking scandal that resulted in the departure of one of our offensive coordinators,
right?
But they resulted in an upgrade in the recruiting department. So now, as you've probably seen, they currently have the number 1 class in 2024.
They're on fire right now.
That's kind of misleading because, if you get a ton of commits early, you have the top class, and then people kind of say, well, what's the average star rating? So, number 1 with an asterisk by it. But all things considered, to have a 5-star or 4 or 5-star quarterback, depending on your service, and Jaden Davis, and a bunch of great recruits coming on top of being a top 5 team going into the season, doesn't get any more exciting than that.
I agree, and I'll let's talk about something that I know you heartily agree with, like me. I think, especially in these situations, I think the NIL deals are great for college fans because I'm sure that was played a part in Corum coming back. I think if he's making $0 with 0 guarantees, you can't risk it, and you got to go to the NFL. But with these guys, now I will say the transfer portal and guys committing, and then before they even played, they're decommitting and then commit. That's a little much for me personally. I would like to see a little bit more structure, but I actually love these NIL deals, and we've seen it in basketball. We've seen guys come back in basketball. Now we're seeing it, in college football. I love it.
Yeah, I totally agree that. I mean, there was a fund set up by alumni that said this fund is to keep players like Blake Corum from going to the NFL by getting them enough NIL money to feel comfortable coming back. So I've heard what he's making in NIL money is over $1 million, which is obviously, not an NFL salary, but is still a lot of money for a 22-year-old kid. So
Jimmy, we're in the wrong business, my friend.
Yeah, I know. So, I mean, I think it's extremely exciting. It's great to see, that this never would have happened pre-NIL.
Yeah.
And so there's pros and cons to the NIL. And what I also think is funny about that fund is that, they say in the NCAA rules, you're not supposed to, have pay for play or enticing players. It's supposed to be, hey, if you are here, right, I will give you a deal. Not if you come back, I will give you money. But the NCAA is worried about getting sued if they were to crack down on that. But this is that's just so clearly pay for play. This is a fund if you come back to school.
Right.
But obviously, as everyone said, we're in the wild, wild west, and in this instance, it was a positive.
You know what that reminds me of? This was a few years ago. I saw it was an ad, and people were trying to scalp concert tickets, but that was illegal because they were raising the price, and obviously that's against the terms or whatever. So what they did was the ad said free concert. I can't remember the concert. I wish I could have, but it was a big concert, and it was like free concert tickets when you purchase this big lighter. And then the big lighter was like $1,000, right?
Yeah.
That's how they do the NIL. They just go right around it, and this isn't pay for play. This is just, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah. Well, what I think is funny is that I'm sure you saw in the NCAA tournament when they interviewed the new NCAA president, Charlie Baker, and he was like, "Oh, well, I know we're having a lot of issues with NIL, but we're going to take it up with Congress and get it figured out." And Charles Barkley was like, "That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard." So
yeah, exactly.
Off to a good start in the new NCAA president tenure.
Yeah, leave it to Barkley to speak some truth on an issue, but
yeah. So,
well,
the Cardinals take.
They took Paris Johnson.
Okay.
That makes I actually thought he might be like mid-teens, so that's a.
Yeah, but I heard that Kyler Murray was saying, "Hey, I'm getting the crap kicked out of me. You need to get a left tackle." And Paris Johnson is like 6'7", 400 pounds, so that'll help.
Now, did Kyler Murray tell this to them over Xbox Live?
He was playing Call of Duty, and said, "Hey, I'm way too injured out here."
His handle was Need OT 69, I think was his Xbox Live handle. So I mean, I like that pick. I know you're a Michigan guy, but I think you can at least recognize that Paris Johnson probably one of the best, if not the best, offensive lineman in this class.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to give your quarterback $50 million a year, you got to make sure he's not getting crushed, especially when he's only like 5'6".
Yeah, exactly.
The thing I don't get about the Cardinals is they seem like a totally rudderless organization where I guess they just traded DeAndre Hopkins, or they're about to trade DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, I couldn't quite figure it out yet. I know they were talking about it, and was it one of the Titans or something? But
yeah, I think that was the talk.
But I thought that was also involving the number 3 pick. So then when the Texans made the draft, which by the way, I don't know, have we ever seen that? Have we ever seen them take number 2 and then immediately trade back up to get number 3?
That was basically, I can't decide between 2 guys, so I'm going to just do everything to get both of them. And they gave up a ton.
They gave up a ton.
Yeah, they moved up, like 9 spots, and they gave away another first rounder next year, like a third round. Like, they gave up a ton, which, I mean, I think that the GM is on the hot seat, so he's like, whatever, I'm not going to be around anyway if this doesn't work out. But, man, there's got to be.
I saw a great tweet. I can't remember who tweeted it, so my apologies. But I saw a great tweet that said they should select Anthony Richardson too, just to make sure they get a good quarterback.
Yeah. No, I've definitely thought about that in the past when people are like, you can't get a quarterback. Well, just draft. I mean, remember the Commanders/Redskins did it with Robert Griffin III and Kirk Cousins, where they drafted Kirk Cousins in the 4th round, and he ended up being the franchise quarterback. So
yeah, that's true.
Hey, you never know.
You never know, man.
Oh my goodness, Tyree Wilson that outfit just says Raiders. Everything about that outfit says Raiders.
You're absolutely right. That's if there were a Raiders, designer, that was it.
With the sunglasses and the open shirt. It's amazing.
What's up with listen, I get they all love the bling, but I feel like this year it's on steroids. Some of these guys, I saw the pre-draft. I mean, it's like you got to be lifting your neck muscles just to get this thing over your. That's wild.
I think it's funny to look back. If you ever look back in like the 90s of what these guys wore, Drew Bledsoe, he was wearing jeans and a button-down T-shirt or button-down polo. It's like now, these outfits are like thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Going to see how far we've come.
I think though sometimes they're trying so hard that it comes off like slightly comical. Like if they just dial it down just a notch, I think that because think about some of their outfits. Todd McShay or Mel Kiper or Greenberg, they're not going to wear that sort of thing. They're going to wear a much more conservative thing. So they go there and then they juice it up a little bit, but it ends up. I mean, it adds to the individuality, so it's no big deal. But you're right, it does. 20 years from now, we'll look back and be like, that's what they were wearing,
Yeah. But yeah, I'm interested to see what happens with the Raiders, because the thing that really stinks for teams like the Raiders and the Cardinals is it feels like when you go all in, like the Cardinals went all in on Kyler Murray, and now, I mean, he might bounce back, but Cliff Kingsbury got fired. They're kind of like just in the abyss right now.
Yeah.
If you go all in and it backfires, you're just kind of in no man's land.
You're done. Yeah.
Then you just kind of like got to wait it out. It's like, okay, we can't cut Kyler Murray, so we're just going to go run it back, but we're trading DeAndre Hopkins, our best wide receiver, away. Like, where is this headed? So I
think you said it perfectly when you said rudderless. Like,
oh, that was great. I wanted him to body slam Roger Goodell.
I did too. I was like, this. First of all, this is a WWE entrance, right? Yeah. With the outfit and the shades. I want him to just power bomb him right there on the stage, right through the floor.
Yeah. Well, somewhere Al Davis is smiling right now.
Yeah, I do miss those. I miss those Al Davis off the wall picks. Like throws all of the numbers out the window, and he goes for nothing but speed. Doesn't matter how bad the guy.
My daughter's entered the
Uh,
NFL draft talk.
She's gonna make the Lions guest
Once we
pick
know they're
for
on
them.
camera, all bets are off.
Okay, it's all good.
This is like with the video where the baby comes rolling in.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But yeah, what were we saying about? Oh yeah, the Raiders. Do you remember when they drafted Darius Hayward?
Darius Hayward is the perfect example.
Yeah, he ran like a 4.1, and Al Davis was like, "Shut up and take my money."
And sure, he couldn't catch, but man, he beat the coverage every time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So let's see what pick are we on now?
We're on 8. Let's see.
One.
Sometimes you can find accounts that on Twitter that are posting them before they're actually
Oh yeah, I think Ian Rappaport is doing it.
Is he?
Yeah.
I know in the NBA they Shams and Woj will love to do that.
Yeah.
until ESPN told Woj to stop it.
Well, did you see that Shams actually posted the Bryce Young pick? He scooped everyone with that pick.
Really, I didn't see it.
Like, oh man, he's coming for Schefter's job.
Oh wait, I'll take that back. I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to be selecting at 12 and 18.
Yeah, 12 and 18, and then I guess they'll have the 34th pick for tomorrow night, and then they already have 2 other second rounders.
And remember, the 34th pick will be actually up a spot, right? Because they're only doing 31.
Oh yeah, right. Because
teams. So I mean, it'll be one more player that you'll be able to choose from, I guess. Then
yeah, but I have to admit that Brad Holmes is like walking on water right now in Detroit, because last year he got Kirby Joseph, who intercepted Brett Favre 3 times in his last game. Or maybe that was both games combined. Either way, he had an amazing rookie year. James Houston, who was an incredible pass rusher. Aiden Hutchinson, another good pick. The year before that, he got Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's just killing in the draft so far. So if he lands on these first and second round picks, now they have 5 of them, the Lions could be really good and really deep.
What do you think about Goff? I mean, is he your guy going forward, or do you want somebody different?
I'm perfectly content with Jared Goff. I mean, they were 8-2 in their last 10 games.
Right.
I know that, I hear people around here being like, "Oh, you're never going to win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. You need someone like a Patrick Mahomes." But I mean, Jared Goff has been to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He was one of the best quarterbacks in the second half of the year last year. Now, I know people say, well, the offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, was a big reason for that. And when Ben Johnson leaves, probably after this next season, is Jared Goff going to be that good? But I just feel like, if you're looking at guys like Will Levis, I'm like, Will Levis in like the best scenario would be Jared Goff.
Right.
So, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I understand if you had like Andrew Luck up there and you're like, okay, well, we don't want to pass on a generational talent. But even with Andrew Luck, you just never know what's going to happen with a quarterback. So
you never know.
I'm perfectly content with Goff. I do think they'll probably draft someone in this draft because they really have no one behind him, and they need to just have a serviceable backup.
Yeah.
My hope and what I saw people floating was like Hendon Hooker in like the 3rd round. Now people say he's going to go in the 1st round.
Right.
Like, that would have been an unbelievable steal if they had gotten him late.
Oh yeah. Now, I mean, you might be a little worried about his age and/or he just came off the knee injury, but yeah, that's a 3rd round type take. Sure.
Yeah, I do think it's funny that Hendon Hooker is 3 years older than Trey Lance. He's only 3 years younger than Jared Goff. But the only difference is, and people use the age thing, but I point out, with the rookie contract, you get 4 years of super cheap quarterback play. So like, even though he's old, and it's a concern that he like probably won't play this year. So that I totally understand. And again, I'm not saying you should draft him like the top 10, but I'm just saying when people are like, oh, don't waste a pick on Hendon Hooker. It's like, if you got him in like the 2nd or 3rd round, that'd be a real steal.
Yeah, especially because if something I mean, imagine something happens to Goff and you got a guy who's started a lot of games. For me, that's the key for quarterbacks. They have to have started a lot of games. I mean, not necessarily like 4 straight years, but these guys that have come in and they're, started 10 games, I don't know. That's just such a huge leap from the college level to the NFL, and you have that little, that few starts under your belt.
Yeah, and I used to be of the opinion of like, oh, you're not going to get a franchise quarterback if you don't draft in the first round. So like, why waste a pick?
Mm-hmm.
You've seen like, Jalen Hurts was a guy that I think a lot of people, including myself, was like, that guy's a project. He'll probably just be a career backup.
Yeah,
one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Brock Purdy went straight from Mr. Irrelevant to the NFC Championship game, and he was the third string quarterback. I mean, so you never know.
Yeah, I just had somebody else that was similar. Yeah, Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy, Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
those type of guys. I don't know. Got another trade, man. Jeez, Bears trading to the Eagles. Eagles on the clock. I think they take Carter here.
Yeah, because there was a rumor that they were eyeing Jalen Carter, and I think they love the idea that Jalen Carter was like the best player on their board, and they got him anyway, despite trading back.
Right.
I think they're licking their chops to get him.
Now, we got some guys in the chat. Corey's saying you guys take Christian Gonzalez at 12. Are you happy with that pick if that's the case?
Yeah, I'd be really happy with that pick. I saw a lot of people doing mock drafts of Christian Gonzalez at the 6th overall pick.
Yeah.
So if they got him at the 12th pick, that'd be amazing. And you can never have too many corners in the NFL. And they just traded Jeff Okudah for basically a bag of chips. So
right.
They could use another corner.
So Bijan going to Atlanta. Let's talk a little bit about, so on mine and Pregame's podcast, Pipeline Award-winning podcast, we were talking about favorite NFL draft moments. And one of the things I was mentioning to him, because we were just going back on YouTube and looking at some of the old footage or whatever. But I brought up the time Donovan McNabb was selected. And so the draft used to be held in New York, only New York, but for whatever reason, a ton of Eagles fans made their way to New York. They had the face paint, they had the full Eagles going, and they heartily booed the pick.
Oh, yeah.
And they hardly booed the pick. Now, they had the number 2 overall pick. They hardly booed the pick because they wanted running back Ricky Williams.
Yeah. No, I think it's great. And then I don't know if you remember, but when they drafted Jalen Hurts, this was the COVID draft of 2020, but they were all booing from home and throwing stuff at their TVs. Now, granted, they had just signed Carson Wentz to the big contract, so I get it, like, why are we drafting a guy in the second round?
Yeah.
But it is pretty funny that the last 2 quarterbacks that have played and become great quarterbacks for the 2 of the best quarterbacks in the franchise, they both hated. But I can rip these off all day. Mel Kiper versus Bill Tobin. Where he said Mel Kiper's never worn a jockstrap. Isaiah Wilson. Do you remember when his girlfriend was like trying to hug him and the mom was yanking her off?
Oh yeah. That was I forgot about that one.
That was a great one. I love CeeDee Lamb when his girlfriend grabbed his second cell phone, he snatched it back.
Hey, speaking of Russell Wilson, when his girlfriend thought.
Yeah, everyone loves to do when she thought she was set for life.
Right.
Got that crazy face. I tweeted that out earlier that I always wonder what she's up to these days while Russell is gallivanting around with Ciara.
I didn't know this. I know when someone tweeted that, I think that when they tweeted, because it always comes up every year around draft time, the picture. I think someone said, now these are National Enquirer type stories, I guess. I guess she cheated on Russell Wilson with Golden Tate.
There were rumors.
Okay.
Were rumors.
But I think she had his baby, right?
Oh, I don't know that.
I was like, okay, that's too much.
And all cease and desist letters.
But the funny thing, because KSD and I were talking about it on the pod, think about using the number 2 overall pick on a running back. That's almost a mind-blowing concept in today's NFL.
Yeah. And I think you have to be, I mean, Bijan Robinson was like so incredibly gifted that I think it could work. And I guess like Ezekiel Elliott is like a good example where he was what, a top 5 pick? Was he
Yeah.
maybe 4 or 5? And they got 7 years out of him and it worked out well. Like 7 years is a long time to be a running back in the NFL. And now like we'll see where he lands. But that's my concern is that like, you know, best case scenario is you get maybe 7 years. And with Zeke, they gave him that huge contract, and now they're going to have to eat that money. So I'm just not a big fan of it when you can get great running backs in the second or third round.
Yeah.
But
well, look,
I guess
we've seen teams like
Robinson.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, if he rushes for 2,000 yards this year, then obviously you can say it was worth the pick. But otherwise, it's hard to justify it.
But we've seen teams like Kansas City. We've seen the Patriots. We've seen them basically win without a running back. It's such a pass-happy league. The rules are set up. You can't take their heads off over the middle. The quarterbacks are in bubble wrap. You basically have to invite them over for a romantic dinner before you can sack them. And it just, why do 3 yards in a cloud of dust when you can be picking up 15 yards a chunk through the air,
Yeah, I also think that with running backs, the turnover is so high because once you hit, 26, 27, you've lost your burst. And there's just so many good ones. I mean, every college has like 2 good running backs. And, you only get so many drafted. Whereas, like a cornerback, every team has to have like 6 or 7 corners.
Yeah.
So it's just like the amount of good running backs available is just outrageous, and that's why it just doesn't make sense when you have other big needs to fill. Like that's what I think is, with the Falcons, they had Tyler Algier from BYU,
mm-hmm.
and he had 1,000 yards. And it's like, I get the Bijan Robinson is like a huge upgrade, but like, how good are the Falcons going to be next year? They're going to win like 4 or 5 games, and you just wasted one of the years of Bijan Robinson's rookie contract on that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if a running back when you're drafting that high is going to be such a difference maker in this day and age of the NFL. Somebody can prove me wrong, sure, but I just don't know if that's out there, especially because you have to be able to catch the ball in the backfield. If you can't do that, you're almost useless.
Yeah. I do think it's interesting that the Eagles now, with their roster, they have Jordan Davis, Georgia guy. They have Nakobe Dean, Georgia guy. And now they have Jalen Carter all in their front 7, which I do think is pretty sweet.
Philadelphia's Athens North.
Yeah. I mean, that is great value for the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl and get, the best player on most people's boards. So we'll see if it works out. But I do think Howie Roseman definitely gets huge credit for drafting Jalen Hurts and then keep switching picks to get what was that, the 9th pick?
So they basically it took a 4th rounder to get Carter. That was all it took.
Yeah,
because they swapped picks and then they gave up a 4th rounder. So I mean, that's a hell of a value right there.
Yeah,
for a team that was one stop away from winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and they have what, the second to last pick of the first round too.
Yeah, I think so. But again, that's pick number 30. That's not it wouldn't. So it's like even better value. I don't know.
Yeah,
he is such a big guy.
Yeah, I do love that. There were 2 clips that I really loved of. There was one in the Oregon game where he just tossed the tackle aside, like into the other guy's knee. Like the other guy's knee almost like exploded on the spot. And then
I'm not laughing at a knee injury, but I mean just the preposterousness of it. Yes.
And then the second one was where he just picked up Jaden Daniels in the SC championship game and put up the number 1 finger, like just celebrating while holding the guy, like ragdolling him.
I mean, it's a grown man and he's tossing around like a child, Yeah, I think that's I don't. If you're an Eagles fan, you got to be ecstatic right now. I mean, as long as like you alluded to, the McShay stuff, as long as it can be kind of put behind them, you got to be excited.
Well, I think it's great that he's going with the guys he played with at Georgia. And so
Yeah.
he's going to be there with guys he knows and guys that know him. And like, obviously, look, he's crying. You know, he's motivated from sliding. So I definitely hope it works out for him.
Same here. And, it's funny because to start the draft, I was talking about, obviously Bryce Young's going to be the number one pick. But I mentioned Georgia. Georgia's the new Alabama. To me, I'm not saying Alabama, before Alabama fans sharpen their torches and pitchforks, I'm not saying they're going to be terrible, but Georgia is the new Alabama. And to think about this, Jim. Kirby Smart is 47 years old.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. There's the clip of him throwing the gas.
Exactly. He's 47. He's won 2 national titles with basically a guy they signed off the street, Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
Now what are they going to do when they have a 5-star quarterback and all this defensive talent? So it's going to be unbelievable. Of course, Alabama waited 3 picks to show me up because they had two picks in the top 3. So
yeah,
I know Saban was just smirking somewhere, but
yeah, it's crazy to think how long Georgia could be this dominant, because what's Saban? He's like 70.
Yeah. So I honestly think because look, Kirby Smart went to Georgia. He's not going to the NFL.
Yeah, right.
There's nowhere to go. This is it.
Yeah.
I think he could. There it is right there.
Yeah, there it is.
I honestly think he's got a shot at making a run at Saban.
Yeah. I mean,
because remember, there was like Saban didn't win his second one until he was 57. So he has a decade on him. He just won his second. And I don't know if you've seen their schedule. It's an absolute cupcake schedule this year.Maybe at Tennessee being their only one where they're worried.
Yeah.
They got a shot at a 3-peat, which has never been done in college football. They should be, at the bare minimum, they should be in the SEC championship game. And then it's, can you win 3 more games?
Yeah, he's got such a great setup that there's so much tradition there, so much passion there.
Yeah.
And the recruiting in Georgia is just fish in a barrel.
Yeah.
I mean, the great players that have come out of Georgia in the last couple of years. I mean, just look at the quarterbacks of Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields. Just those 2 quarterbacks right there. And I know Trevor Lawrence went to Clemson and Justin Fields transferred, but
right.
Darnell.
So the Bears are going offensive line.
That's interesting. I mean,
I like Skoronski
from
Northwestern. Northwestern, and his dad actually, his grandfather played for the Green Bay Packers, so it's kind of in his blood. But
yeah,
he's definitely a road grader. Which, by the way, for everyone watching, make sure you follow Jim on Twitter at Jim M. Weber, Weber. Great content. And look, I absolutely loved your Mel Kiper bingo card.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know if you saw my reply.
Oh no, what did you say?
I said, if it were a drinking game, we'd be bombed out of our door by the fifth.
Very true. Very true. But I like this pick because, again, you got to protect the quarterback, and Justin Fields got rocked last year. He's got to be more careful, too, that he just runs around like he's in college.
Yeah.
And he got hit so hard. I saw him in the Lions. He got blindsided a couple of times, and I was like, there's no way this guy's going to make it 18 games.
Yeah. I think about, to me, the best type of guy who in the last few years that has kind of handled that is Russell Wilson. He would scramble around. He would never take hits. He was always getting out of bounds or going down. And I don't know. I just, then you have guys just, well, we've talked a little bit about RG3. He would get annihilated. He would run and just get annihilated. His legs would be flopping around. That's what's going to happen with Justin Fields if he doesn't kind of go the Russell Wilson route.
Yeah. With RG3, it was definitely sad to see that he was so great his rookie year in Washington. And then he kept running around, and the offensive line was really bad his second year. Okay. His offensive line was so bad his second year. He got decked by Haloti Nada, and that's when he had the brace on his knee. And then in the playoffs against the Seahawks, the field was terrible, and it just gave out. And that's when like the ACL like fully ripped, and then it was just never the same.
It's never the same.
Yeah.
And so that's what that's what you'd want to. You ideally, like the Bears are going to attempt to do, they build the line so you're not having to run around all the time, and you can just kind of stand there. And because I mean, ideal scenario is you're a pocket passer, you're not taking any extra hits, because once you leave the pocket, you're fair.
You can hold on 1 second. My daughter's.
Yep. So yeah, like Jim will be obviously rejoining us in a second, but it would be very Lions-esque for him to wait around after the Lions trade back and then miss the pick. But things happen, life happens. But
yep, no, it's full. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna throw my computer if they end up taking Will Levis here. You called it though. You said he'd be around.
Look, I mean, I don't mind. I'll admit I'm wrong lots of times, but I feel like Will Levis is potentially terrible. Maybe I don't know how to assess the quarterback, but he would play against some subpar teams in the SEC. I'm not talking Alabama and teams like that, but some subpar teams and still have terrible games.
Yeah, my uncle's been trying to convince me that Will Levis is the next NFL superstar because he's a Kentucky alum who lives in Lexington.
Okay.
And Mel Kiper's drinking the Will Levis mayonnaise. But yeah, I don't want to root against the kid.
I'm not rooting against him.
But the thing that I just don't get is that I know people were like, oh, you have to look at his tape last year because his offensive line was bad this year and he didn't have good receivers this year. But man, like I don't know if you remember the Tennessee game. It was the weekend of Halloween, and he just looked horrible. He had 3 interceptions. He didn't even throw for 100 yards. And I'm just like, this guy's going to be like a top 15 NFL pick. So I don't know. And then what drives me crazy is where they show the video of him like hitting the crossbar while on his knees and throwing it. I'm like, that's like Jamarcus Russell stuff where it's like, that's great. And Zach Wilson, like,
right.
I don't care what he can do in a t-shirt with no one defending and like trick shot. So
it's it reminded me, I don't know if you remember this, of Kyle Bowler. I think he could throw like 60 yards.
I remember he could throw it, yeah.
Like, well, what good is that? You're already down if you're
Now I will say I do think it helps him if he goes further back and maybe he can like sit a little bit. Like I think the worst thing you can do with Will Levis is start him day 1 in the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, dropping back now will kind of allow him maybe to go that. I'm not saying he's going to be this, but like the Aaron Rodgers route where you can sit for a few years and then, because hopefully, I mean, the further back he drops, the more likely the team has a good quarterback.
Yeah, although the rumor that I was hearing, and I never thought it would happen because I didn't think he would make it this far, but was that the Patriots really wanted him.
Yeah,
well, odd because they have Mac Jones, but.
I think it was on a Bill Simmons podcast. Somebody said that the Patriots were going to trade up to number 2 to take Will Levis. Whoa. And I was like, have you ever met Bill Belichick? Because he is not trading up that high to take a guy who can't throw for 200 yards in the SEC.
Yeah. But it would be interesting to see at what point they would say, hey, it doesn't take that much to move up to get him. Although the thing that I think is really unfair is that I know Mac Jones like really regressed last year, but he made the playoffs in his first year. And then last year he had Matt Patricia calling the plays. He was a defensive coordinator. So I feel like it's like a total raw deal to be like, oh yeah, we're punishing you because Matt Patricia was.
Well, and he got injured too. I honestly, I mean, maybe I'm reading them wrong, but I think the Pats like Mac Jones. I know there's a lot of smoke, but I sometimes wonder if Bill Belichick doesn't leak rumors to see where the leak is coming from.
That's possible. That's highly possible. Also, I think Bailey Zappi was really good.
Yeah, I don't know why they would go another first round quarterback. I really don't.
Yeah.
Roger Goodell's such a villain, man.
Yeah. What do you think? It'd be Will Levis, the Titans?
All right.
Skoronski.
Look, KSD and I were talking about on the podcast. Would you ever, let's say you didn't have to travel that far, would you ever go to an NFL draft? I think I would throw myself down a flight of stairs if I just stood around for like 10 hours for 30 seconds of
you
a
know
pick.
what the NFL draft is next year, right?
No.
Detroit, Michigan.
Okay. Be there or be square.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's so far in advance that I hadn't really like planned to go or anything. I don't know. I went to the Lions Eagles season opener, and I was like, I'm never coming back here. It was such like the contrast between a college football game and an NFL game is like so stark.
Yeah.
Like, the college football game, you've got the tailgating, you've got the bands, you've got the college kids, you're seeing old friends. In the NFL game, everyone is just hammered out of their minds and ready to throw hands immediately. I saw fights. I saw people taking off their clothes drunk. I mean, it was just total chaos. So yeah, I'm not that inclined to go to the draft next year, but if the Lions win the Super Bowl, then I might have to make a visit.
Yeah. Well, Kansas City pulled it off this year. Maybe you guys will pull it off next year. Because for a while, the Super Bowl team had never won in their home stadium, and then the Buccaneers did that, and now the draft is in the same place. So I don't know. Maybe it's kismet.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh man, you guys have 5 of the next 43 picks, man.
Here we go. If they trade back again, I'm just going to bed.
That's right.
I'm just calling it in. Brad Holmes just can't help himself from just accumulating capital.
Yeah. Taking a page out of Bill Belichick's book.
Pick is in. I feel like it's going to be Christian Gonzalez.
You think so?
Yeah. Everyone had him as like the best cornerback in the draft. Maybe you can get him at 12. When you just traded away Jeff Okudah.
Yeah.
It just makes a lot of sense.
You're filling a need and you're getting a top quality guy.
Yeah.
I love the Hispanic guy, the Hispanic announcer for the Oregon Ducks. You ever heard his calls? Like,
oh, no.
Quack, quack, quack.
Oh,
quack.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I do remember that viral video. There it is. Oh my.
Look, that's my cousin. You can't look, that's my cousin, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh man. Oh.
I saw pre-draft, they said the over-under for running backs in the first round was 1.5. So obviously Bijan's the one. They weren't sure Gibbs was even going to be picked.
Well, I heard Todd McShay saying like 100% take the over because Jahmyr Gibbs is going in the first round. But again, you've got all these needs, and I get that you go best player available, but they just signed David Montgomery. They have DeAndre Swift from Georgia.
Yeah.
And now you're getting a guy who is like a third down back. I don't get it.
Yeah, for me, man, I don't know if, unless there's like a super durable guy, I don't know if I'm an NFL team. Now I'm not, but I don't know if I would ever take a running back in the first round anymore. There's just so many serviceable guys, and it's more like quantity over quality, right? You just throw them out. 3 years, they're done.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Chiefs. Isaiah Pacheco, what was he? Well, he was like a 6th or 7th round pick, right, out of Rutgers.
Yeah.
And now he was the Super Bowl the starter for the Super Bowl winners. He was 7th round pick last year, pick 251.
Right.
And like, I'm not saying he was like the best running back in the NFL, but I just don't understand why you need to take a guy at 12. Oh, Brad Holmes is fired up. Whoa, he's smashing hands.
The Lions. Well, I appreciate it from my family perspective because Jahmyr Gibbs is obviously my cousin. But
wait, he's actually your cousin?
No, my last name is Gibbs.
I was like, what?
That's a running joke. We did it all year, especially when we did our fantasy podcast. It's my cousin, but well, Jimmy,
there it is.
There it is. I mean,
another Lions draft.
Very Lions-esque. Maybe it'll work out for you guys.
Yeah.
But again, you did have 5 of the next 43 picks, so
yeah. I mean, I'm not like despondent because they still have a ton of picks. They traded back, which I think was smart for the value they got. So
yeah,
it is what it is. But I don't understand passing on Christian Gonzalez right there. We'll see.
Oh, geez, man. I wonder if he gets past Green Bay then.
Yeah. Huh. I will say, though, if the Lions spend the 18th pick on Will Levis, I am smashing my television.
Like, I know you're going to probably – you might be in bed at that point. I'm calling you back up.
Yeah, true. All right. Well, this was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, we'll have you on the pod sometime soon, too.
Okay. That sounds great.
All right. Good talking to you, man.
All right. Talk to you later.
See you, buddy. All right. Obviously, that was Mr. Jim M. Weber. If you don't follow him on Twitter, you're missing out. Tons of great content. And I have named him the official resident uniformologist of the internet. He loves talking old uniforms and throwbacks and logo designs, and not just that, but he has a lot of great content all the time. As I mentioned, he came up with the bingo, the Mel Kiper bingo card, and it had things like high motor, this is a guy who, and those type of things. A lot of fun stuff. Make sure you follow him, Jim M. Weber, Weber. So, still going strong. A lot of trades. I'm kind of surprised by that. Like I said before, I feel like teams are a little hesitant to trade now. They're always fearful of getting fleeced. Excuse me. Always fearful of getting fleeced, and they don't want to get that fan blowback. But Texans making deals, Eagles making deals, Arizona making deals, Detroit making deals. So trading all over the place, but not quite to the halfway point, as I've kind of already alluded to a few times. Only 31 picks in the first round. I still haven't. Does anyone know whose pick got taken and why? I can't even remember at this point. Oh, maybe I can find it. I'm not sure. All right. But yeah, so let's just talk a little bit about the Detroit pick. Obviously, Jim and I talked about it a little bit. Affectionately known, my name's Jason Gibbs, and obviously I affectionately call Jahmyr Gibbs my cousin. That's all. I thought he was great at Alabama. He was great at Georgia Tech, but he was on a know-nothing team. I'm just kind of anti running back in the first round these days. So Packers picking here because the Aaron Rodgers trade from a few weeks ago. Kind of interesting because it looks like the Jets were ahead of New England, which is obviously a division rival. Now they're behind New England. So after the Packers pick, will the Jets end up missing out on their guy because Bill Belichick kind of figured it out and takes whoever he wants? Or do the Jets say, I don't care, we got Aaron Rodgers, and that's all that matters? So wild times, to say the least. Lucas Van Ness from Iowa Iowa always churns these guys out. Let me see. I have a little stat. Let's see. Let me look at pipeline stats and info for those of you guys who are podcast listeners. Well, it wasn't Iowa. I thought it was Iowa. It was Iowa State. Iowa State's. No, it was Iowa State. I'm sorry. I thought I had an Iowa stat for you. Pipeline stats and info failing me again. Unbelievable. But, as much as we kind of make fun of Iowa, especially for their inept offense, they do have those special teams guys. They do have those defensive guys that Kirk Ferentz kind of churns out. And they have, let's look at their last 5 drafts. Last 5 years of the draft. Last 5 years of the draft, Iowa's had a first-round draft pick in 4 of them. So, of course, Bill Belichick, just like Nick Saban, never missing a chance to show me up. I ask, will the Patriots select whoever the Jets wanted, and the Patriots trade their pick? So, Nick Saban, Bill Belichick, best friends, working in cahoots to make me look bad. So, yeah, Iowa, 4 out of the last 5 NFL drafts has a guy taken in the first round. Let's see, do they have more than one in any of these? Or no, it looks like just one. But still, that's a heck of a claim, especially for a team like Iowa, who's essentially – oh, wait, I'm sorry. 2019, they had 2 first-round picks, the 8th overall pick and the 20th overall pick. So, but yeah, I mean, they're obviously not getting any offensive guys drafted. So you're really talking about 4 out of the last 5 drafts, they have a first-rounder. And in 2019, had 2 first-rounders. And you're only doing it with half your team, essentially. So those Hawkeyes, those tricky Hawkeyes, I guess. So I wonder what the, Patriots, Jim and I talked about some of the rumors about them drafting Will Levis. I would be absolutely flabbergasted if they draft Will Levis. I think that they like Mac Jones, as I said. And I think last year, Jim talked about it. Last year was a throwaway year. You had the defensive coordinator being the offensive coordinator. Mac Jones got injured. It just was a lot of turnover. Their wide receivers were borderline awful. I think I saw they got some of the least amount of separation in all of football. I'd have to go back and look at the stats. But I remember them being up there because I remember people talking about trading Mac Jones, and I just thought that was silly. So they're going to move back the Patriots move back 3 spots and pick up a 4th-round draft pick. And Steelers moving up. Steelers obviously had Kenny Pickett. Pitt alum. Played pretty well last year. And don't they always, I think Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season. I think that remained last year. Did it not? Let me give that a check because I know it was a little sketchy for a while, but I think in the end, I think the Steelers, they finished 9-8. Yes, they finished 9-8. So Mike Tomlin never having a losing season. Huge testament to him because there's been some times where, especially in that division, kind of beat 'em up division, that the Steelers probably should have finished under 500, but they haven't. Not under Tomlin's watch. So it'll just be interesting. Can they move up on the Bengals and the Ravens? We're halfway through the draft just about, and we haven't mentioned Lamar Jackson getting paid today. Huge contract. Just have to see, can he hold up for the Ravens? His athleticism is unquestioned, but can he keep those legs and keep improving as a passer? Steelers picks in Broderick Jones, yet another Bulldog. I guess it's going to be a race. Who's going to have the most picks in the first round? Is it going to be Georgia, or is Nick Saban going to show me up yet again? Let's take a look. What's the count right now? I know, obviously, I know, obviously, Alabama had the 2 out of the first 3, but let's see where we're at right now. So 2. Ohio State had 2. So out of the first 6 picks, 2 Alabama picks, 2 Ohio State picks. Jalen Carter, Jahmyr Gibbs, we were just talking about. So that's 3. Alabama with 3, Ohio State and Georgia with 2. So out of the first 14 picks, 3 teams are responsible for half the picks. Tells you all you need to know. All righty. So Steelers solidifying an offensive line, giving their first-round draft pick from last year, Kenny, my main man, Pickett, giving him some protection. And they're going to start building around Pickett. Obviously, Roethlisberger era is over. And it's a new dawn in Steeler country. So went 9-8. Like I said, didn't finish 500. I mean, under 500, but can they take that next step and get to the playoffs? I'm sure Steelers Nation, which maybe them and Green Bay, probably the best traveled fans in the country. I feel like every Steelers away game is partially a home game, and I feel like that with the Packers too. 2 of the most proud franchises in the NFL, and well, rightfully so. They've been successful for a long time, and their fans love the road trips and back-to-back picks. Now, Green Bay and Steelers probably the 2 best fan bases. Dallas is up there too. But I just feel like the Steelers and the Packers fans travel better. If we took a poll, Dallas probably has the most fans in the NFL. I could be wrong about that, but I feel like there could even be like a casual fan. They'd be more likely to be a Cowboys fan. I don't know. I'm sure that's been taken somewhere. So fun draft so far, though. A lot of fun. Glad you guys are joining me. We haven't had too many meme moments. I put on the original tweet that we were going to check out have some meme rankings. We haven't really had that many so far. No, we've had some in the past where one of my all-time favorite, and I talked about this on the award-winning podcast, which subscribe if you haven't already. Do it. But one of my favorite draft moments was when Zach Wilson was getting his picture taken. He looked so uncomfortable. And I told KSD I would have bet any amount of money at that point on the Jets under win total, because you just can't be a leader of men. You can't be an NFL quarterback and be so uncomfortable in that situation. It was painfully awkward. But I see Kuiper has Zay Flowers, loves Zay Flowers in college. I feel like Zay Flowers came back, and so did for Boston College, for those that aren't big college football fans. Zay Flowers comes back. So did Phil Dracovic, the quarterback, and they were really just poised to have a breakout year, and it didn't happen. Dracovic got nicked up. Boston College basically had no serviceable backup. They went to running the ball 58 times a game. Even with that, Zay Flowers was still putting up decent numbers, and now he's going to be a first-round draft pick for somebody. I couldn't imagine him falling out. But, I'll be curious of who's going to go first, him or Jackson Smith and Jigba. And Jigba had a huge year the year before, got some injuries, and then just took the rest of the year off, I think partially to protect his draft status. I hate seeing that as a college football fan, and obviously someone who hosts college football podcasts, and, we're obviously doing YouTube live here. I hate seeing that, but I'm not going to say I wouldn't make the same decision. If you're trying to protect your future, if you're trying to hopefully not cost yourself millions of dollars, it can happen. We've seen it happen. We've seen it in the NBA. We've seen it in college football. And, football's a violent sport. It'd just be bad if you were going to be a number one pick and you weren't because you got injured. And I'm sure a little bit of fear crept in for Smith and Jigba because he did get injured and said, you know what, I don't want to risk this anymore. So, again, I don't like to see it, but that's just maybe me being selfish. He's Jets fans. Nice. Whatever happened to Fireman Ed? Is Fireman Ed still around? Is he still alive? He was the face of NFL. Face of Jet fans for a long time. They're showing the Jets, and the Jets are excited here about the pick, but is there ever a draft room where they're not excited about the pick? They're all always dapping each other up and patting each other on the back, and you made the pick. You knew you were going to make it, so it can't be too much of a surprise. You knew it was on the board, but it's just funny. No one's ever been disgusted with a pick. What we really need those same draft cameras after they're making their 7th round pick, when the guys are just shrugging. I never heard of the guy before. I'm just picking him anyway because I like his name. Here we got an Aaron Rodgers fake jersey. The guy put tape on the back and wrote it in marker Rodgers. So Jets fans well ahead of schedule this year. Do they go Nolan Smith? I don't know. If that were true, then Georgia would be on a roll. 3 out of the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks. If it is a bulldog here. Oh. So after the Jets pick, we're basically halfway through the first round. How are we for time? 10 o'clock? So halfway through. Started at 8. Yeah, I figured we'd go to about midnight. So that puts us kind of right on pace. You don't really see, the fans now travel. I want to say they're more casual. You don't see the hardcore fans in that they're booing the pick. That you almost never see that anymore. So Well, like I was talking about with 1999 and the Eagles booing Donovan McNabb, which bad call, Eagles fans, bad call, because it seems like it worked out for you. Hopefully the Jets take Will Levis just for content purposes. Trade for Aaron Rodgers, then draft Will Levis. The perfect pick. I feel like this Jets pick's taking forever. Jeez. All right, so Iowa State outside linebacker Will McDonald IV. Gets firing the crowd up though, huh? All right. Commanders, I still can't. So hard to get used to not calling Redskins. I know they went away from that, but still think they should have kept the name Redskins and just made their logo a redskin potato. Then everyone's happy. McDonald was obviously great for Cyclones. Let's see. Let's check out his 6'4", 239. Okay. He can obviously rush the passer, disruptor, and the Jets are looking for that. Looking for playmakers, solidify that defense. They got their guy at quarterback, Aaron Rodgers. So Jets win total. I really want to know what the Jets win total is because I think it'll be steamed upward. But I wouldn't mind being contrarian and going after or going lower in that scenario. All right, let's look at some of the pre-draft odds. Let's take a little look-see. Have a little look-see. Have Will McDonald on here? So if you know any, if you're into this betting this much, they take the odds. Vegas takes the draft odds down 24 hours before the draft, so they took them down basically 24 hours yesterday. So it's always fun to go back and kind of look at them. This is interesting. The number 2 overall pick at the time, the best odds were Wilson. That ended up going to the Raiders. He was only at plus 130. Will Levis was plus 200. Will Anderson plus 280. CJ Stroud was plus 650. So some value for Stroud there. Yeah. And I'm just trying to look at some other odds because they, for instance, let's look here at Jackson Smith and Jigba. Over under is 14.5. And over means it's a higher draft position, i.e. later in the round. Under means he was drafted under. So Jackson Smith and Jigba was over under was 14, draft position was 14.5, with over meaning drafted later had reverse juice plus 225. So it's obviously after that pick and he hasn't been drafted. So if you had Jackson Smith and Jigba, you got good value there. Let's look at some of the other ones. Wright for Tennessee, under 10.5. Whoa, wait a minute. Whoa, okay. That was great value. So remember, let's go back a little bit. Remember Darnell Wright, the Bears traded around and got Darnell Wright at 10. His draft, so if he was drafted 10 or less, check this out. His drafts, or his odds were plus 540. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Big value if you somehow had the foresight to see Wright drafted in the top 10. The rest are pretty on. I mean, man, and Jim mentioned this about Christian Gonzalez. His draft position was 8.5. Draft position odds 8.5, and under meaning he's in the top 8 had the juice minus 140. Man, he's fallen far at this point. If you had 8.5 right now, you're talking about doubling that essentially, because the Commanders picked Emmanuel Forbes. Maybe something scared players away, because there's been a few DBs picked at this point. A couple DBs. Gonzalez still not one of them. Maybe Jim gets this guy at 18. I don't know. Looks like the Patriots picks in pretty quickly. I wonder if they saw somebody they liked, or at least that's what it's saying on the screen. Who the heck knows? But we need to go back and get tally up stars. We're college football and basketball, and we love recruiting. So 5-star, 4-star guys. See what it pans out. See where we're at. Obviously going to be littered with 5-star guys. And because that's always the funny thing that people, recruiting doesn't matter. It matters. It does. Maybe you don't want it to. And it doesn't mean there aren't going to be a lot of exceptions to the rule. Of course, there's no star guys that end up playing in the NFL. But if you're a 5-star and you're drafted, oftentimes it's in the first round. It makes up a significant portion, especially considering how few 5-stars are, and then fewest 5-stars, fewer 4-stars, and then the most 3-stars. Normal bell curve. So But, Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Will, and all those guys are 5 stars. They're just chewed up. So the Patriots do select Gonzalez, and considering that Detroit was probably sitting right there, ready to take him at 18, I'm sure they're probably pretty annoyed. But this is setting up my scenario. I wish Jim might have gone. He might still be up. He might have gone to bed. I'm hoping the Lions select Will Levis. That'll be great. I was hoping, obviously, Detroit's on the clock now, but Tampa Bay is after them. They're at 19. I was hoping to get my buddy Sunil, who is actually also a co-founder of Pipeline. Me and Pipeline Mike and Sunil founded Pipeline a few years back. He's a big Tampa Bay fan, and I just would be. I think he's in the lab working on some stock quotes. He's a Wall Street guy, so he's probably working late tonight. But I'd just be curious because Tampa Bay, obviously Brady's gone. Now where do they turn? If Detroit doesn't take Will Levis here, maybe Tampa Bay just takes him. Again, I'm not sold on him, but I'm also not being paid to draft NFL players, nor are they asking my opinion at all. But I'm going to give it to them for free, by the way, for free. So, Patriots get their guy, Christian Gonzalez, at 17. And like I said, over under draft odds were at position 8.5. So, big value there if you're the Patriots. And I guess he's from Colombia. Is that what the flag was on his inner jacket? Colombian flag. Oh Lord, it's getting awkward for Will Levis. I couldn't imagine sitting. I could not imagine sitting there. If you're in the green room and your draft stock starts to fall. Oh man! Now it happened to Aaron Rodgers, who at that point made it his personal vendetta to take it out on every team that passed him over. But man, that would be awkward. We've seen it happen to guys in the past. Like obviously, Rodgers is the most famous, but other guys have dropped, and some of them, like we mentioned, for reasons. Draft day shenanigans. Laramie Tunsil. We've had other guys drop. We've had Warren Sapp drop over time. It ended up paying out for those guys. They ended up coming out on top, but let me see what Twitter's going. I'll be honest, this draft has been kind of captivating, especially with all these trades. Here it is on Twitter. Most top 50 picks since 2009. Alabama with 61. Ohio State with 31. Georgia with 26. Clemson with 23. That gap is going to start closing with Georgia. They'll probably start catching Ohio State. They may even do it this draft. And 2, they're going to start catching, at some point, they're going to start catching Alabama. Although, I'm sure Nick Saban won't miss another chance to show me up. Looks like Portnoy, obviously, is going to cheer the Patriots guy. Looks like he's says Christian Gonzalez is the steal of draft. We'll see about that. We'll see. Let's see. So the Lions pick is in. I don't, I wanted to tell this story. I honestly didn't think didn't think Pipeline Mike would be on until probably around now or even later. And hopefully there might be one or two more guests. We'll have to see. I had quite a few conflicts tonight, but I'll tell you a funny story. Because like I said, I don't think he's going to be able to come back on. But one year we were following the draft, and I actually knew someone that was in the Steelers war room. So, as you know, there's quite a bit of lag, and you see it when the front office guys are celebrating, and you don't actually see the pick for a few more minutes because they got to call it in, and they got to write it up, and then they got to hand it to somebody, hands it to somebody, gives it to Goodell, it walks out. And there's actually quite a bit of a delay, and in between when the picks are actually made and when they're announced on television. But that makes sense. So I knew someone in the Steelers draft room who was texting me the picks, but I was finding out sometimes 10 to 15 minutes before the pick was announced on television. So Pipeline Mike was at a draft party with some friends, and at the very beginning of the draft, I told him, I said, look, I know someone in the Steelers war room, and they're telling me all the picks way before. So he said, hey, text me every time they do, text me the pick, and I'm going to pretend like I'm predicting the draft. And so pick after pick comes in, and I'm texting him and letting him know, oh, this pick, it's this pick's this. And so he's at the party playing it off, and he's like, you know what? I think this next pick's going to be this. At first, guys were like, yeah, whatever. But then he kept being right every single time. Well, by the end of the draft, these guys are losing their mind because Pipeline Mike looks like Nostradamus. He's nailed almost every single pick. There was a couple that I didn't get it to him in time because I was busy doing something. But even picks that were out of left field, he was nailing. And there's what is going on? It was so hilarious because I told him, he talked to me afterward. And, Iowa come up with their second guy. Like I said, Iowa's sneaky. Iowa's sneaky about getting guys in the first round. Jack Campbell, linebacker for Detroit. So, crisis averted for Jim in that they didn't draft Will Levis yet. Give them a chance. Maybe they will. But anyway, Pipeline Mike, and then I asked him, I said, hey, how did it go? And he said, dude, they thought I was a god. they thought because obviously Pipeline Mike, we started Pipeline. He obviously has an interest in college football, but to even the hardiest of draft followers wouldn't be able to predict every single pick, but that's what it was. So they were losing mind as a funny story. All right, Tampa Bay beginning the post Tom Brady era. Do they go Will Levis? Can you imagine replacing Tom Brady with Will Levis? That would be insane. Because whether Will Levis pans out or not, that would still be a lot of pressure on him to try and come in and fill Mr. Tom Brady's shoes. Sorry. All right, Tampa Bay, new era. Let's see what we got. Man, look at all those guys just standing around. Look at all those fans just standing around. This is totally wild to just, I would be passing out right now. Hang on. Just say my pick. Or worse, you wait around. Let's say you're in the low teens, even late 20s. You've been standing there probably 12 hours, and they trade out of the first round. You never see your pick. It wasn't worth it. For everyone that stuck around, I appreciate it. This is, like I said, this is our first live event. We're going to have tons more. Going to get into it, especially come college football season. Maybe even some on location, broadcast. We'll see. So Pitt, D tackle, getting another D guy. Doesn't Pittsburgh, don't they just churn out D guys? Okay, hold on. Let's everybody relax. He just compared him to Aaron Donald. Let's relax for a minute. Like, I know Kuiper, McShay. I know these guys are paid to do this, to give an NFL comparison. It's just so, it sets these guys up to meet such unrealistic expectations sometimes. And you're just saying, oh, well, this guy, his NFL comparison is Aaron Donald, one of the most dominating defensive linemen in the history of the game. Okay, good luck, guy. Hope you live up to that. What a mess. As we get into this 20-ish range, one guy I really liked was Dalton Kincaid, tight end out of Utah. I think he's a super great player. I loved what he had. Wasn't there one game where he had like 20 receptions or something insane, like 23 receptions? I gotta look that up, because I swear that was, they just like called one play after Dalton Kincaid reception record. I don't know if that'll get it. Well, oh wait, that was it. Yes, this is it. Okay, it wasn't 20, but he caught 16 receptions for 234 yards. And it set a Utah record. That was a great game. Oh, man. It was when they beat USC 43-42. College football is just the best. So it's the second most receiving yards in Utah history in that game. Only behind Carl Harry in 1998 had 255 versus Idaho State. However, Harry was a wide receiver, so I knew it was a lot. I knew it was like that was basically their only play. They just kept going to them and it kept working. So why do something different? Really have been kind of sporadic or not sporadic, scarce for the memes tonight. You know, one thing I thought about, you're obviously following the draft on ESPN. You can follow it online, and you could there's some stuff going on YouTube, just like we're doing, and ESPN Plus. Tell me this wouldn't be an unbelievable idea, and I don't blame ESPN for not thinking of it because they frequently drop the ball on some of these type things. You can get NFL the picks. Because like I said, I told you, there's a delay in between when the actual pick is in and when it's announced on TV. But somebody, because back to my story with Pipeline Mike, even if the Steelers weren't picking, they knew the picks. They knew the picks well before that they're announced on television because they have to, because they might make a trade. So they have to know what's going on in virtually real time. It's obviously going to be a slight delay from if they're not the war room making the pick. But as I knew the pick 15 minutes or so before, somebody else can too. Imagine ESPN Plus sharing that information in real time. So if you're following on ESPN Plus or watching or whatever, even if there weren't any commentary, when they were just posting the picks, you could find out 10 to 15 minutes before everyone else. You telling me people wouldn't sign up for that? People would sign up just for that, just to be 10 to 15 minutes ahead of the broadcast. Now we have, wait, hold on. I'm just now seeing this. We have analytics on how can you say it's an analytic? There's no data to back this up. This is farcical. ESPN Analytics, Pipeline Stats and Info. There's only a 1.1% chance Will Levis would be available at this point. I mean, when you think about analytics, first of all, you think about baseball, which you have a huge subset to pick from. Lots of at-bats, lots of games. You can get good, solid data. NFL, less so because there's less games. You can have scenarios where you can have enough plays that you can garner good data. Drafts, I mean, every draft's different. What would they be basing it on? There's not actually garnering any data. They're just simulating drafts, but you can't call that analytic. I'm calling BS. You can't call that an analytic. Alabama with 15 straight years of a first-round pick. That is such a level of dominance. That, I guess that's probably the entire Saban era. Was he in 07? I think he was in 07. Yeah. Here's another one. Here's another little draft factoid. It's the first time since 2015 that with Bijan Robinson pick, Texas has a player in the first round. It's the first time since 06. This is from actually a Sooners Big 12. I wonder why they're tweeting this out. Since 06 that Texas put a offensive player in the first round. So you got Alabama and Georgia taking those 5 stars and turning them into first-round draft picks. And you got Texas, which is, I think, one of the worst, if not the worst, team to take 5 stars and not get them drafted. I think out of their 5 stars, all the 5 stars that had ever played for them, only 24%, 25% were drafted in the first round. So maybe they'll change under Sark. But as of now, it has not. But it's definitely getting torturous for Will Levis and company. I don't like to see this. I would rather the kid I'd rather him get quality information and says, like, look, you're not going to be drafted, or it's not going to be to the 20th pick or whatever it is, you know, at best. So Seattle going Jackson Smith-Njigba, and I remember Jackson Smith-Njigba's draft position was 14.5, so he slid a little bit. Did him taking some of the year off end up affecting it? I don't know. He was an absolute stud. There we go with the diamonds. What does that say? Oh, I think it says JSN. He was an absolute. I mean, you can definitely make the case that when he was playing, he was one of the best, if not the best, receivers in college football. And obviously the Seahawks aren't worried about the injury. So he's gotten a clean bill of health, and I haven't heard anything lingering. And it wasn't as if he blew his knee out or shredded his ACL or something. And man, they're showing the highlights from that Rose Bowl game. That was an unbelievable game. Speaking of Utah Utes and college football being unbelievable, friend of the program, Late Kick Josh, you guys know him, you love him, and rightfully so. This tweet's this to me sums up the Will Levis situation. This is what I just was talking about. He just tweeted this out: grossly overhype a player and then showcase his facial expressions nonstop as he slides like he's a failure. Casual AF. Well said, Josh. Obviously, Josh has his plugged in to all college football, and he's been on pod before, but we love Josh, and this is a perfect tweet. Will Levis did nothing wrong, but he's being portrayed as some loser right now. Yeah, I didn't think I would have wasted a high draft pick on him, but I'm also not parading him out there only to watch his failure and then put a camera on him nonstop. How about don't put a camera on someone unless they've been drafted? Why show someone? You can show them before the draft starts, sure. Pre-draft interviews, fine. But this, it's silly. It's only serves to embarrass the person. Because if they're drafted, you were going to show that anyway. Just show that. So Smith and Jigma lining up next to DK Metcalf. Seattle, maybe get a little offensive firepower. Moved on from Russell Wilson and had your boy, Geno Smith, in there last year. They wrote him off, but he ain't wrote him back. So I think that's what he said. Great line, by the way. So let's do it. Let's tally it up. Because that was Ohio State's third pick, was it not? So Alabama with 2, Ohio State with 2, Alabama with 3, Georgia with 2, Ohio State with 3. So right now it's a tie between Alabama and Ohio State. Second place is, of course, Georgia and Iowa. Hawkeyes out of nowhere. Let's do a quick tally. SEC, Big Ten, SEC, 3, Big Ten. So 1, 2, 3, 2, Big Ten, 3 to 3, 2 Big 12s, 4, 5, 5 to 4, 6, 4, 6 to 5, 7 to 5, 8 to 5, 8 to 6, 8 to 7 right now. 8 SEC players, 7 Big Ten players. And then I think the Big 12 had a couple. Yeah. Pac-12 1 so far. Haven't had anybody, maybe the Jahmyr Gibbs pick, but we haven't really had anyone that's just been, wow, like what a crazy pick, or who? You know, one of those type of picks. Seems like sometimes we'll get one from way out of left field, maybe a FCS school or even lower sometimes, but Chargers pick is in. All right, Quentin Johnson. Justin Herbert, but a big target. I like Johnson's size. There were some off the field things that maybe made him slide a little bit. Maybe not the most precise route runner, but played an integral part in TCU's success this year. Big guy, 6'3", 208. And like I said, without him, man, they're showing highlights from that Kansas game. That Kansas game was wild. There's just so many great games in college football week after week. It's just really the best. But it's going to be a tough matchup for some DBs, especially some undersized DBs. Those jump ball situations, Johnson should have a decided advantage. And it's got good speed, even for a big guy. But without him, TCU doesn't make the playoffs. That's for sure. Because he pulled them out of the fire a few times. Good pick for the Chargers. You're going to have to score some points if you're going to try and keep up with Kansas City. And the Raiders are going to try and revamp. We'll have to see. Remember, leave your comments and we'll interact. Tell me what you think. Who's your favorite team? How have they drafted? Do you like the pick? Do you not? If they haven't drafted, who are they going to draft? It's fun times. So Quentin Johnson, San Diego Superchargers. Like I said at the beginning, like when we kicked it off, I love Berman. I know at this point it's just nostalgia, and you can't have Berman in here for a 4-hour show rambling on. But he did make things fun in some of those drafts, especially when they used to do 2 days, I think. I think I saw that. They did 2 days. Now that of course the NFL's going to split it up. And it was Saturday and then a Sunday. They would do like 3 rounds and then 4 rounds. Now it's 1, 2, and 4. Taking 3 days. Ravens coming off, they're on the clock, coming off of a signing Lamar Jackson to a huge contract. It's always curious of how those kind of come back, if they come back and haunt you, because if you sink a ton of money in at quarterback, what are you going to be able? Are you going to be able to get good value in the draft, in trades, and off-season signings? It will be interesting to see what the Ravens do. Obviously throughout the years they've been great drafters. They've built their teams through the draft. Got a couple of Super Bowls out of it. But so let's see. That would mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10 more picks, including this Ravens pick. Did we ever find out who is missing in the first round pick? Let me just Google this. You guys aren't gonna help me. I'm gonna find it myself. There we go. One of the top Google searches. Why are there only Miami Dolphins forfeited their 21st pick as well as a 3rd pick? Why did they forfeit it? Oh, for the Tom Brady, Sean Payton scandal. Okay, they were tampering. Okay, that's right. That's right. Those tricky Dolphins. Tampering. Blow it. Can you imagine tampering and then still not getting the guy? And then he retires. And then you don't even get Sean Payton. Now, I think they're happy with their coach, but they tamper for Brady. They didn't get him. They tamper for Sean Payton. They didn't get him. And then they lose a draft pick. So 0 for 3, Dolphins. Tricky Dolphins. Dolphins are an interesting team going forward. Let's look. What did they finish? They finished 9-8 last year. So 1 game above 500. And they did make the playoffs. The only problem is what's going to happen with Tua? I don't know. He can't take the hits that he took because he'll he'll be out permanently because he took a lot of nasty head hits. So, got to protect him. But first, before we get to we're not going to get the Dolphins because I just said that they are. They had to forfeit the pick. But here we go. Here we go. Clubhouse is celebrating their pick. They're high-fiving, dapping each other up. No one's ever made a bad pick. No one's ever made a pick that they were disgusted in or didn't want to make. But like I said, make sure you guys are please interact with us. Leave me some comments. Tell me who you pick. What have you given your team grade so far? Or if they haven't picked yet, if you're one of the final 10 remaining, who do you hope that they pick? And please subscribe. This is the first. And look around. I'm not saying the production value is that great. It's the first time I've ever done it. And we're just having fun here. We're, it's keeping it light. No big deal. But we put out shorts. We're putting out other long form YouTube videos. Having a lot of live stuff. We're probably going to do some podcasts, maybe some live podcasts. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to subscribe on Twitter @pipeline_. Don't forget to subscribe on TikTok @pipeline. We're just going to be churning out the content. If you love college basketball, if you love college football, if you love just the intense passion, this is for you. This is what you want to be, and you want to make sure you're hitting that subscribe button. And please follow. Ravens in with their pick. What a stellar day for them. Gonna follow up a signing of Lamar Jackson with one of my favorite picks in the draft, Boston College wide receiver, Zay Flowers. So if you're going to invest $1 trillion in a quarterback, probably would behoove you to give him some weapons. I like Zay Flowers. And like I said, came back this year, probably could have gone in the draft last year, but wanted to give it another go, wanted to give it another season with quarterback Phil Jurkovec. Unfortunately, Jurkovec got injured, and Boston College's offense really downgraded. And as a result, Flowers' numbers suffered. But he still produced even with a completely watered down offense, and it didn't really hurt his draft status. Still in the first round. He's going to get to go play with Lamar Jackson. Look, Zay Flowers is versatile. He's tricky. Athleticism, great. Lamar Jackson, obviously, one of the most athletic quarterbacks of all time. So giving Coach John Harbaugh some weapons there, Ravens could make a little noise. Now, they didn't this year they made the playoffs. They were 10-7. They didn't go very far. That's okay. Ravens fans have to be excited about this pick. Hey, I like his fit here. Those were maybe the whitest shoelaces. Did anyone catch that? Those are maybe the whitest shoelaces I've ever seen. That's just straight out of a Run DMC video. Shout out to the 4 people that got that reference. Now, if you haven't followed me before, and if you haven't ever listened to the Pipeline Award-winning podcast, A, do so, darn it. Subscribe. And then B, those that have know that I'm a big music aficionado. I like all types of music from all eras. And so that's what the rap reference was, the 80s rap reference was for Run DMC. They used to wear big, thick shoelaces, and they didn't tie those shoes either. So Zay Flowers going shoe-wise, I guess, going with the 80s rap legends Run DMC. See, look, I've already noted my affinity for Zay Flowers. Notable comparison, Tyreek Hill. I mean, come on. Like, if the guy Give the guy 5 seconds on the field before you start comparing him to maybe one of the fastest wide receivers in NFL history. I don't know. Call me crazy, but it doesn't seem fair. But Zay Flowers is a speedster, and he'll be good in the slot. Really good to like get in the slot. Could and he's thrown quite a few wide receiver options. He's thrown, I think, I'd have to look. I want to say multiple touchdowns. So maybe allow John Harbaugh to be a little creative. Maybe allow him to put some trick plays in there. Have a lateral to Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers passing down the field. What about lateral to Zay Flowers? Flowers back to Lamar Jackson, who's wide open, streaking down the field for a touchdown. Ravens fans would love it. Let's check out. So he doesn't have. He still has the. I think who was that on his? I saw in the interview. I think it's his mother on his pendant. He didn't go with the big block of diamonds. He went with the kind of a little bit more personal picture. I think that was his mom. I like his glasses though. Those are snazzy. So receiving yards, receptions a game, receiving yards a game. Last in the NFL. He will definitely be a upgrade for the Ravens. Oh man. But as I mentioned, we're relatively meme free. This might be a first. Relatively meme free this draft so far, at least. We got time. We definitely have time. I agree with our guy Spencer Hall. He said put Zay Flowers in Canton right now, based on his outfit. I liked it. I think that's my favorite outfit so far. How about this for a nugget? This was Shefty tweeted this out. Zay Flowers is the first Boston College wide receiver ever to go in the first round, but he's the highest drafted player to play in the Shrine Bowl in over 20 years. And the Ravens were well represented at the event, so they must have seen what they liked. Like what they saw. Sorry, it's a little late in the draft. Forgive the word faux pas. Who do we like so far? What draft do we like the most so far? I tell you, the Texans were really aggressive. It's kind of crazy how aggressive they were, considering they have so many holes to fill. I just don't know. I already alluded to it once when I was talking to Jim. It's such a crapshoot. People love to pretend otherwise, and you can make educated guesses, but there's plenty of surefire guys that just didn't work out. And there's plenty of throwaway guys that ended up being superstars. So sometimes quantity is better. Just you have as many bullets as you can firing at the target. And I just don't know if a team that has a ton of holes like that needs to be trading picks away. You need quantity. You need playmakers, but you need lots of picks to train it. Man, let's face it, you don't have the best history of of, of the draft. It's not like every year we're like, man, the Texans are setting the draft on fire. Well, that's why they're drafting, pretty high up every single year. All right. Well, don't say we don't keep you guys informed. It looks like, for those of you guys that weren't paying attention or don't care, whatever, just we'll give all the updates. Looks like the Celtics beat the Hawks tonight, so they'll be marching on to the second round. For those NBA fans out there, Milwaukee obviously getting upset last night, kind of a wide open Eastern Conference. But that's just a little nugget. We'll go back to the draft. Vikings drafting. I feel like Pittsburgh should get half the draft pick here. The University of Pittsburgh. Jordan Addison, wide receiver, made his name with Kenny Pickett and company. We've already talked about Kenny Pickett a little bit earlier. And then did the thing that really this is the NIL part, that it's more of the transfer portal thing where, hey, Lincoln Riley goes to USC, lures Jordan Addison, Pittsburgh receiver, to go play with Caleb Williams and company. Jordan was great at Pittsburgh, and he really helped catapult Kenny Pickett. And not that Kenny Pickett didn't deserve it, but those two were a great combination. Then he went out to USC. I want to give Pittsburgh half credit here. I want to give the Panthers, give them their due. They get a half draft pick here. Now it's not going to count really. That we're going to count it toward USC when it's all said and done. But half the highlights, well, because that's how many they have, is half of them are from Pittsburgh and half of them from USC. And he helped Caleb Williams be great this year as well. So coming up on the Giants having back-to-back picks. G-Man, speaking of Chris Berman. Giants making the playoffs this year, 9-7-1. Brian Dable really kind of turned that club around. It'll be interesting to see what they do this year. They made the playoffs. They've made their kind of leaps forward. Do they want Daniel Jones at quarterback? Now, think about Daniel Jones. Was kind of rated highly according to the Mannings. The Mannings. Will Levis was rated high according to Mannings. I would be surprised for him to take him here, but it's always, if you can get a guy, even a quarterback. I know it would be wild, but if you can get a guy and he's on a rookie deal and you can kind of shed that salary to go pay some other guys, it's worthwhile. I said Giants were back-to-back picks. I think they were back-to-back, but maybe the graphic I was looking at was wrong, but that's incorrect. Sorry about that. Giants, then Jacksonville. Then Cowboys. Speaking of the most popular team in the NFL. KSD, he's my partner in crime on the podcast, on the Pipeline Award-winning podcast, which, by the way, make sure you subscribe to that. And subscribe to the YouTube channel. Tons of great content coming out. He just tweeted out Will Levis watching every team pass on him, and he put the clip from Fresh Prince when he's upset about his dad. He says, "How come you don't want me, man?" Great content, as always. So one thing I didn't even think about with the selection of Jordan Addison, 4 straight wide receivers. I said this is a passing league. Why spend capital on a running back 3 yards in a cloud of dust when you can take chunks through the air? Wide receivers are protected. They can't have their head taken off. Quarterbacks are protected. So you have Jackson Smith and Jigba at 20 for Seattle. Quentin Johnson at 21 for the Chargers. Zay Flowers at 22 for Baltimore. And then Jordan Addison at 23, Minnesota. That is the first time that has happened in the draft. There were 4 consecutive wide receivers in the first round. That's according to ESPN Stats and Info. Where is Pipeline Stats and Info when you need them? I need these draft tidbits myself. Pipeline Stats and Info in here goofing around. Okay, so this is why I got confused. Okay, so I must have looked at the graphic at the exact moment. The Giants traded up to the 24th pick. They basically swapped picks with the Jaguars. Jaguars traded back and got some late round compensation. All right, let's see what we got. Who's coming back?
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, he has returned. Pipeline Mike.
I am back. How's it been going? How's everybody doing?
We had Jim Weber on. Of course, he came on for the Lions pick at number 6, so it was right behind you guys. Which, by the way, those that don't know, Pipeline Mike, big Colts fan, so I had to bust his chops a little bit about the Anthony Richardson pick. But Jim came on to talk to number 6 pick, and of course, right then Detroit traded all the way back to 12, so he waited around. We hung out for a while.
Cool.
But good. Going great, man. Having some fun, interacting with some fans.
Awesome.
Which, by the way, make sure everyone's subscribed. Well, Mike, I didn't know if you were going. I told him you had some scheduling conflicts, but I didn't know if you were going to be back. But I told him the story about when I had contact in the Pittsburgh Steelers war room, and I was feeding you the picks.
Yeah, man, I made a couple $100 at the bar that night, just betting with some people.
Because even when they were out on left field, you're like, "Nah, man, I think this is going to be who it is." And
yeah,
no way, man, no way.
Well, I think I was with one of my good buddies who's an Eagles fan, and I think that year they drafted a defensive end. I think Marcus Smith, and it came out of nowhere.
Yeah. I remember the Eagles pick. Yes,
he was so mad.
Lose money and hate the pick.
Yeah, but going back, I know Deontay Banks out of Maryland just got picked. But before we dive into that, I just wanted to talk about the 2 previous picks. Zay Flowers, I think you were talking about him. He's the next Tyreek Hill, as
allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. No, but I wanted to talk about those two because Jordan Addison obviously transferred from Pittsburgh to USC, and I think a lot of people thought the same of Zay Flowers. I think a lot of people assumed that with all the transfer portal craziness, that he would also be one of those people going into the portal, trying to find a better option. And I love seeing it. I love seeing a kid staying at the school that he originally started with, and actually had success with initially. And that's why he became a big name. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I like it when guys stick around and they kind of become lifelong guys. Because, okay, think about Jordan Addison. Pittsburgh fans aren't like, oh, there's that guy, Jordan Addison. And USC fans aren't really going to be like that either. He's kind of in no man's land, as opposed to someone like, Will Anderson, who was only Alabama for all those years. So Zay Flowers sticking around, and I know he was hoping Phil Dracovic was going to have a good year because they were building on the previous year. Dracovic gets injured. Their offense literally goes in the toilet, and that's probably being generous.
Yeah.
But it didn't hurt him. And now he's teaming up with Lamar Jackson, who signed a huge contract today. That's a hell of a weapon to add to Jackson. They already signed OBJ, right? So maybe Baltimore makes a little noise. I mean, if you're going to sign Lamar Jackson to $1 trillion, you might as well give him some weapons. So
yeah,
getting these guys, these elite position guys on rookie contracts goes a long ways to offsetting some of the money that you gave the quarterback.
Yeah, totally. It's funny. I just wanted to touch on what you said about Dracovic being injured. At the beginning of the draft, when Bryce Young was drafted, they kept talking about how they were worried since he's so small. Like, can he stay healthy? Is he always going to be injured? Mm-hmm. Drakovic's like 6'7", a huge guy, and he's constantly injured. So
yeah, yeah. I mean, if Bryce Young can go kind of, and I was mentioning this to Jim, if he can go the Russell Wilson route, where Russell Wilson, and I know he's probably he's obviously on the downside of his career now, but when he was at his apex with Seattle, he never took those shots. Even when he scrambled, he was scramble and get out of bounds, scramble, get down. He didn't take just these kind of, bludgeoning shots that maybe RG3 took when he was with they were the Redskins at the time, the Commanders now, I guess. Mm-hmm. But, RG3 takes these huge shots, decreases his mobility, just tears his ACL, never the same. Bryce Young does have to avoid that. But we've seen it with someone like Russell Wilson. It can be done.
Totally. So yeah, I kind of wanted to maybe just touch on Deonte Banks a little bit, the most recent pick before this next pick comes in from the Bills. I was looking at it, and it looks like he was the 76th ranked cornerback in the 2019 recruiting class. So just goes to show you that stars aren't everything. And I feel like even Zay Flowers, a few other people in the draft, I haven't actually done a deep dive in it quite yet, but stars don't mean everything coming out of high school.
That's true. They do mean something. That's just not everything. So if you're going to be a 5-star, your chances are significantly higher. You're going to be a first-round pick. One, you're going to go to a great school, and then two, you're obviously talented. You're probably going to be, but it's not everything. It is something though, but it's not. Some people will go. The pendulum will swing too far, and they'll say stars don't matter. None of that matters. It's all That's not true. Like it does matter, but you can also be a 3-star, 2-star, non-rated guy and still make it.
So it's funny that you say that. I think over the next, and I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment, but I do think that over the next couple of years, especially when these COVID kids, the kids that their senior years of high school, junior years of high school, it was peak COVID. I think there will be a lot of kids that kind of come out of nowhere just because they weren't really and they already started to that's already started to happen within college, right? Unfortunately, a lot of those kids who were lowly ranked, they're now transferring to these bigger schools as high priority transfer recruits, right? And I think a lot of those kids, a lot of rankings were
skewed,
incorrect because of COVID, right? So
that's a great point, Mike. I know you're the king of recruiting, but I didn't even think about that. There will be a little bit of turmoil, but that could quickly be kind of swallowed up by the NIL deals and transfer portal being the Wild West. I mean, I talked about this earlier on the broadcast. I love the NIL because it does, and when Jim was on, he's a big Michigan guy. It does get guys like Blake Corum to come back where they wouldn't have otherwise. That being said, I could do without everybody's transferring all the time and there's no allegiance to anything. And unless you have maybe some sort of legacy situation, it's just whoever goes to the highest bidder. But I do like that because I feel like as college fans, you and I both hardcore college fans, we're seeing guys longer than we would have in the past because of the NIL. It's just that it's also turned because of the transfer rule. It's also kind of turned into like the haves and the have-nots, and the have-nots are just a farm system, almost like minor league baseball. Like, oh, Jahmyr Gibbs is a great player at Georgia Tech. Okay, he's not staying there. He's going to Alabama. And, I would never talk bad about my cousin, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs, yeah.
But I'm not blaming him. I don't blame the players at all. They're operating within the non-rules that are set. I wish it were just had a little bit more stability. I understand trade or transferring some, but we got guys transferring before they've even done anything, transferring out. And it's kind of making, some fans' heads spin.
Totally. But speaking of unranked recruits, the Bills just drafted Dalton Kincaid. Is that how you say his last name?
Yeah, Dalton Kincaid. I just mentioned him. I thought maybe he might go a pick or two earlier. I love this pick for the Bills. Just another offensive weapon for Josh Allen and company, a team that made the playoffs yet again, won their division yet again. Obviously, they got upended in the playoffs, but Dalton Kincaid, I don't know if you remember, when they played USC, I was just going over it. He caught 16 balls for like 234 yards. It was, what it reminded me of? It reminded me of when you and I used to play Madden and we could only run that one play, and it was just like a little swing pass to the running back. And, he'd have like 42 receptions in a game.
It was funny, Jason. Actually, that was NCAA. I think you're speaking of that. You're talking about.
No. So NCAA, yes, that was when we ran the swing pass, but we ran it the wrong way. So
we did it the wrong way.
But I'm talking about when we would play. I think we played with the Vikings and we played with the Patriots, but we would we could not move the ball down the field. All we could do is a little dump pass, and every single game we would break the NFL record for most receiving receptions in a game.
Yeah,
it'd be like 23 receptions for 80 yards. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's awesome. But yeah, actually, it is quite an interesting pick, especially with Michael Mayer on the board from Notre Dame. They just showed him on the screen, and I think personally, Mayer was unstoppable. I saw him a few times during the year, and very impressive. So I saw less, even though I'm out west, as you know. I saw less Pac-12 games this past year, so I didn't see Kincaid very, very often. But yeah, it's interesting. What do you think about that?
Well, I think going into the year, Mayer was probably the consensus number one pick, or not number one pick, but number one tight end. So I know they had a rough year, but look who his quarterbacks were. Which, speaking of, Tyler Buckner transferring to Alabama. It's tough to kind of showcase everything if you're not getting the ball or if they're not accurate. I think by the end of the year, Mayer had kind of dropped a little bit, but I think he's going to be a stud.
Yeah, I completely agree. Wait, did he? Sorry, did he just get picked? I've been missing.
No, they haven't.
They haven't updated it. Okay. Yeah, I'm sitting away from my TV, so you might have to update me as well.
Yeah,
going around. So
they're saying, it's funny because Dallas is on the board and they're saying, oh, his comp is Jason Witten, which obviously.
I love how all the comparisons are like, oh yeah, the comparison is the greatest tight end of our generation, exactly. Or like all the wide receivers are like, oh yeah, he's kind of like a Tyreek Hill or
Jerry Rice.
Yeah. He's like, his floor is Jerry Rice. And it's like, what are you talking about? And I think I heard you mention it earlier, but you're like, let the guy play a snap before you start.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, burdens on them.
Because now Cowboys fans are like, this guy sucks. Said we were getting Jason Witten.
Yeah. Exactly.
These are my favorite shots of they always celebrate like, yes, we finally did it.
Yeah, we got the guy on the board.
When we have total control, we got the guy.
Yeah, just one time I want to see them just be pissed like the fans.
I think the only war room that I've ever seen not show emotion is the Patriots.
Yeah. Well, it's because they always choose like a guard from DeVry University.
And they're always leaving Kuiper and those guys like probably like, wait, who did he pick?
Yeah. They just have iPhone footage that was shot. Like that's all they have.
iPhone 4 footage.
Yeah. The only people in the stands are Belichick and the parents. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, so I gotta ask, are there any picks so far that you think are steals, or anybody in particular that you are interested in or think?
Well, I know he's my cousin, Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't know if I pick him at 12. I just don't know if a running back is, and this may be harsh, I don't know if a running back is worth a first-round pick anymore in the NFL. Not that, you don't need a running back, but we've seen teams. We've seen the Chiefs. We've seen the Patriots. We've seen teams basically win running backless. Just throw in some guy, and as long as he can catch passes on third down.
And block.
And block. He has to be able to block. Definitely has to be able to block. But it can pick up the blitz. As long as he can pick up the blitz, catch passes on third down, gone are the days of like turning around, hand it off to him 30 times a game. Speaking of the Cowboys, like Emmitt Smith or someone like that. I know.
Yeah.
Ezekiel Elliott might be the kind of last. We'll see what Bijan Robinson does, but that's another pick. The Falcons at 9 or 8, is Bijan Robinson really going to be a difference maker for you? Is that what you needed? Like, I mean, you got guys that are serviceable. Look, none of these Dallas fans have ever heard of Maisie Smith. They're just like, yeah.
Maisie.
Here's what I hate. The draft has gone a little bit too mainstream because now, to use Late Kick Josh's favorite word, it's too casual. They used to boo the hell out of their team, like if they didn't pick who they wanted them to pick.
Oh yeah.
I brought this up on the Pipeline Award-winning podcast. We were going through favorite draft moments throughout the year or throughout the years, and I had found some old footage of when Donovan McNabb was being drafted at number 2, and it was in New York, but there a big contingent of Philly fans had made the trip. Well, they wanted them. The Philly fans wanted the Eagles to draft Ricky Williams of all people.
Mm-hmm.
They did not draft Ricky Williams. They drafted Donovan McNabb. They're openly booing him as he's taking the stage. They're booing him mercilessly. And then that devolved into Giants fans, because it was held in New York at the time, chanting, "Eagles suck, Eagles suck," because they were so it was like total chaos. That would never happen now.
Oh yeah.
You saw the Cowboys fans. They picked. Now, I don't look. They should have, if they were big draft heads, of course they should have heard of Mazie Smith, but they had no idea. You could tell they're like, "Oh, okay, oh yeah, go back." Yeah.
Amazing.
I'm wearing a glass ball on my head. Yeah.
They're like, yeah. They're like, "Oh, Maisie Smith, that's one of our cheerleaders' names." But
Mazai Smith, who the hell is that?
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right though. Gone are the days of Roger Goodell getting up on stage and like timidly, like everybody's like, "No, screw you,"
Hitler. Remember on Fortnite, he's chanting Hitler at him.
I know, right? It would be like, any Democrat walking up on stage at a Trump rally.
Yeah, exactly. Or vice versa, yeah.
Or vice versa, yeah.
But yeah, it's too casual. I need blood. I need booze. Hey, next year, let's you and I go to Detroit, and just keep dressing up as different fans and just booing. Every time we'll bring like 30 different jerseys and we'll just slide them on, and then every time, like, "This is ridiculous." God.
Yeah, I do love it. Those are the best moments of the draft, when like somebody gets picked and they show someone in the crowd and they're just devastated. Like they're devastated.
But it doesn't happen anymore. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, exactly. I mean, like back when, like, the Jets are still, questionable, but the Jets are horrible and they're just devastated about their pick. That's gonna it doesn't matter. They're not gonna make the playoffs next year anyway. So it's like, why are you so pissed about picking an offensive tackle? But I get it. So for me, man, I've been looking at it, and I think I'm really interested in the Kalijah Kancey from Pittsburgh pick. I think he's, every time I watch him, just a high motor guy. You don't really see many defensive tackles get into the backfield and sack the quarterback, but he always finds himself in the backfield. I think the comparison for him that I saw on the TV was Aaron Donald, which is so appropriate because they're both Pittsburgh defensive tackles. But when you see a guy that size that can run faster than a lot of like wide receivers, you know what I mean? It's a scary sight, and I'm very interested in that pick.
His comp was Reggie White mixed with Dick Butkus, so
yeah, his ceiling, his floor was slightly better than Aaron Donald. So
look, I like that pick too. I was a little surprised Detroit didn't take him a pick earlier, but I feel like Pitt just churns these guys out, just always churning out defensive linemen that are disruptors, that are making plays, that are, I don't know. I mean, maybe Pitt, we'll have to look at pipeline stats and info, but maybe Pitt is D-line U.
Yeah, I think it's got to be up there. I'll have to get to our statistics department and see.
Yeah,
and harass
pipeline stats and info. Yes, but Mike, look, I just realized with the Maryland pick and then the Michigan pick, right now, the unofficial tally, Big Ten has 9 players selected, and the SEC has 8 in the first round.
That's pretty impressive right there. I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, I haven't put that together, but that's very interesting.
I was trying to keep track, and it looks like Ohio State and Alabama are tied for first with 3.
We got yeah. So in the top, CJ Stroud, Bryce Young. I mean, Ohio State and Alabama alone in the top 6. Yeah, there were 4 of the top 6, right? From Ohio State and Alabama. That's pretty interesting.
I think through pick 14, Ohio State, Alabama, and Georgia were responsible for half the picks, for 7.
Wow.
So we'll see if Nolan Smith can get in here and tie him up for Georgia. But in the past few years, I looked at like past 5 years. Normally, there's a team that had like 5 or 6 in the first round. So last year, Georgia had 5 first-round picks. The year before, Alabama had 6. The year before that, LSU had 5. And then the year before that, there was a few with 3. So it looks like we're going to have one of those years where it had like a couple with 3, a couple with 2.
Totally. Did anyone pick Jared Zabransky this year?
Look, when we're talking about favorite moments, I brought that one up, and I used it actually as the intro for the pod. With the 3rd overall pick, the Cleveland Browns select Jared Zabransky.
I mean, I would love to see him come out of real estate and start balling again, man.
But then the problem is who's going to work the night shift at Waffle House? It's like
no, I'm telling you, I think I looked it up, and I'm pretty sure he did real estate last I checked. So
for Waffle House,
yeah, commercial real estate for Waffle Houses throughout the U.S. That's awesome.
Well, hold on a second.
The days for sure.
So yeah, you're talking about like who's a surprise or whatever. I'm not even saying surprise. I'm just going by the odds. So the NFL draft odds, this is like the over under at the position. So like, over under at for Anthony Richardson was 4.5. Meaning if he was drafted after the 4th pick, the over hit. If he was drafted under the 4th pick, the under hit. Like, so if he was drafted 1, 2, 3, or 4, the under hit. 5 and on, the over hit. Which, by the way, he got huge under odds, plus 405. That would have been a nice payout. But going by that only, going strictly by draft position, Christian Gonzalez, which I think the Patriots drafted at 17, he was at 8.5 with the under favor. So they had juice on the under. Insinuating he should be 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. So he basically doubled that. So I guess that seems like that's a good pick, a value pick for the Patriots. I know Jim wanted him at number 12 for the Detroit, so he slipped. I mean, the Will Levis thing is obviously getting embarrassing. Yeah. Mike, Will Levis's the over under was 4.5, dude. 4.5.
So wait, that was the same as Richardson, right? Isn't that what you just said?
Yeah, but there was different juice. His under was favored.
Yeah,
Richardson's over was favored. Now, I personally, I could not. I was flabbergasted when they were talking about Will Levis being in the first round, and then really doubly flabbergasted when they were talking about top 4 pick. Nothing I saw. I'm not knocking Will Levis, but nothing I saw constituted that sort of evaluation. Now, and I mentioned this to Jim, the most hilarious thing I saw was someone saying the Patriots were going to trade up to number 2 to select Will Levis. And this was on a Boston podcast, and I was like, have you have you never met Bill Belichick? Because
Yeah.
A, he has a quarterback. B, he is not trading up 12 spots to draft a completely unproven quarterback, a guy who frequently couldn't crack 200 yards in passing in a sport where passing is now one of the easier things to do.
Yeah, the only way that would happen is if for somehow he saw his potential at the right tackle position.
At long
and he was
snapper.
like, oh, you know what? He would be a great right tackle. We need to trade up and get this guy.
You know what? Will Levis is the best long snapper in the draft.
Yeah, at this point, I think so. But that's so I'm looking at it right now, and it looks like so there were no wide receivers taken until pick 20, and then at pick 20 there were 4 in a row.
4 in a row. First time in the open draft era since 1967 that 4 straight picks in the first round were wide receivers.
Out of these 4 wide receivers, who do you think has the most upside?
Well, geez, man. I was going to say Zay Flowers, but if he's healthy, it's got to be Jackson Smith and Jigba, right?
Yeah, I think I agree. And you also have to think about like where they are, right?
Yeah.
Where did they go? Yeah. Where did they land? And I mean, I think
dude, pairing Smith and Jigba with DK Metcalf, like holy cow.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go with Njigba as well. He's actually I think we did a podcast a while back previewing Ohio State, a few other teams as well, and I think we mentioned Njigba and how I mean just that Ohio State wide receiving core is always very, very impressive. And you know, speaking of Pitt being possibly D-line you'd be hard pressed to find another school to call wide receiver you other than maybe LSU, right? I mean, it's hard. I would say LSU and Ohio State probably have top 2. You know,
it'll be interesting the next couple of years with Brian Kelly at LSU if he turns things around.
With the Southern accent, you mean?
With the Southern accent.
If he turns that around, you know.
I mean, it'll be it'll be interesting to see if the LSU kind of re-energizes and takes that wide receiver You
know what would have been awesome if he would have showed up at LSU and just had an Ogeron accent. he just starts talking like Ogeron.
I'm at Ogeron and I like to eat rocks. The doctors have said it'll affect my voice, but I think they're full of crap.
That would have been fantastic. I would have loved that. People would have been like, "Is he making fun of him, or is there something in the crawfish down here?" But yeah, it looks like
showed up eating a bowl of gumbo.
It sounds like he always has gumbo in his mouth. That's for sure. He's got something, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, just want to touch on Myles Murphy, just the pick from the Bengals out of Clemson. Second best Myles Murphy in the ACC. There's another Myles Murphy that plays for the University of North Carolina.
Nice.
That's
his father.
That's his father. Yeah, that's actually his daddy.
He's one of those eighth year COVID guys.
Yeah, he was just trying to be LeBron. But yeah, I think that's actually a fantastic pick as well. Clemson, another school, always producing a lot of good defensive line talent. What do you think about this Myles Murphy pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, considering that some of the upper echelon offensive line guys are gone, because that's where I would have focused if I were the Bengals, but not here. I don't think you reach for a lineman here. There'll be other guys in the 3rd and 4th round. Yeah, I mean, Murphy's a good pick. I'm with you. He's solid.
Yeah.
Clemson does. I mean, they have been churning out those guys. A little less so lately. I know Dabo's been reticent to jump in on the NIL stuff, and it's probably to their detriment. But we'll see going forward. I mean, it'll be an interesting year. They're going to lose Murphy. They're going to lose Brian Bresee. They're going to lose some of those defensive guys. Cade Klubnik's going to take over. DJU's gone. I don't know. You got Florida State coming on. You got an NC State team that was kind of plucky. We'll see how they pan out this year. Clemson's grip on the ACC might be slipping a little. Is ACC, are they doing away with divisions?
Yep, no divisions this upcoming season.
So things could get dicier for Clemson. They were kind of locked into that spot for so long. They're going to lose some talent on the defensive side. Can Cade Klubnik kind of pick up? We saw him in spurts do well.
Yeah, fantastic at getting roughing the passer calls.
Roughing the passer calls. He was your guy. Send him in. 3rd and 28. Send him in. Roughing passer, automatic first down, and take him back out.
Easy. But yeah, before you continue, speaking of rankings mattering, Miles Murphy, 5-star recruit.
There we go.
It's number 7 in the nation, number 1 at his position. And class of 2020.
Hey, back-to-back Clemson picks. I was just speaking on Bresee. He goes to the Saints at 30.
Another top pick right there. I'm pretty sure, or another top recruit. I'm pretty sure Bresee was. I want to say he's the number 1. I think he just said number 1 recruit in the nation. Actually, they were in the same class. Both defensive line commits to Clemson. Obviously, played there. And both of them, top 10 in their class, in their respective class, or in the same class.
Yeah.
So,
Bresee obviously had the kind of heart-wrenching story about his sister and cancer. I believe she passed away, didn't she?
Yeah, I believe, if I remember correctly, she passed away. I want to say before his.
I think during the season, maybe.
Was it during the season? Very sad. I mean, sad. It's sad, but when you see a guy really step up after something like that happening to him, it's hard not to root for him, hard not to like him, and you always have to respect that.
Yeah, agreed. Yes, we just talked about it. Clemson losing guys, and there they are back to back. So that puts Clemson. Clemson actually would be. Clemson will be tied with Georgia and Iowa for the second most guys taken in the first round this year. So we don't have the concentration of like a team with 5 or 6, but we have a couple with 3 and then 3 with 2. So it's actually pretty evenly distributed.
Yeah.
And then ACC wise, that's 2 Clemson. We had Boston College. We had a Pitt. That's probably it, I think.
I think so. 2 Clemson.
So the Big 12 has 1, 2, 3.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm going to step away for just a sec. I'll be here.
All right. Mike will be right back. Well, we're down to the Philadelphia Eagles, the Super Bowl losers. Just kidding. Eagles have had a great draft. I mean, getting that value at Carter, without really having to give up much to get him. I think we agreed it was just a 4th-round pick. Now who do you go? You obviously were a play or 2 away from winning the Super Bowl. Who do you go with to get you over the hump? You locked up your guy in Jalen Hurts, a quarterback, and You got Jalen Carter. Hopefully, for Eagles fans, a disruptor on the defensive line. And now you got one more pick. This will be an interesting pick. And this will be hopefully, like I said, if you're an Eagles fan, hopefully the thing that'll get you over top. Went 14-3 this year. So
what Georgia player are they taking?
Yeah, well,
Georgia defender. Are they or what front seven Georgia defender are they going to be taking now?
That's true. I mean, they could go Nolan Smith, linebacker.
I mean, it's worked. It's been successful for them thus far. So, but yeah, it's cutting it pretty close. Who are these last few? So we got the Eagles and the Chiefs. So Will Levis, round 2. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, Eagles could go Stetson Bennett here. Don't forget.
I mean, Stetson Bennett, he's going back to Georgia again. Probably, man. He's going back for year 13 right now.
Look, third year Letterman on Twitter. Yeah. He's a Georgia guy. And so when the first pick was Young and then the second pick was Stroud, and he tweeted out the top 2 picks went 0-2 against Stetson Bennett in the playoffs.
I mean, hey, that's fair. The guy's he's a winner. He's a winner. It's hard to say because I think of that same podcast that we were talking about earlier that I was talking about earlier where we kind of previewed Ohio State. I think we actually talked about Georgia as well. And let's say, please everybody listen to the podcast, but don't listen to that one. Just skip it.
Just listen to everything going forward.
Ignore
everything else. Maybe go back and check out our college football top 25 if they were Creed songs.
Honestly, that one's really held up. So that one's proven to be.
Hold me now.
I love how in the past because I was listening shortly before I hopped online and I love how you brought up Run DMC and then 30 minutes later we're talking about Creed. So your love.
I'm 6 feet from it.
Exactly. I gotta ask what team was that song?
Oh, geez, dude. I don't even know. We definitely used that one.
Of course, yeah.
I'll have to research it tonight. Pipeline Stats and Info, get on that.
Pipeline Stats.
But look, you already mentioned it. You have friends that are Eagles fans. They've had, they trade up to get Jalen Carter. They only give up a 4th round pick. Now they have a chance to take yet another impact player. They were only probably one stop away from winning the Super Bowl. You paid Jalen Hurts an insane amount of money, $250 billion. They got it. They're right there. It went 14-3. They're right there. They get 2 impactful players. Carter has a chance to be the best player in the draft.
Totally.
You guys, your friends have to be pretty excited at this point.
Yeah, I would say that they were 1 stop and 3 reps away from that Super Bowl. Sorry, that's controversial. I know, but
we just got banned from YouTube, dude.
We did. Demonetized.
They monetized us just to demonetize us.
Exactly. But it looks like the pick is in here. Actually, earlier, I don't know. Did you hear when Bryce Young got picked and they interviewed his parents really quickly?
No, I didn't hear it.
Okay, so I was listening to it and I was driving home on my way back home, and they were interviewing his mom, and her answers, they're like, yeah, how was it being Bryce's mother? And she was like, yeah, he's fun, he's easy, he's good. And I was like, do you even know the guy? You're not saying anything specific. It's just Oh, look, it's
Dude Perfect.
Yeah.
That's not a woman. That's a man, baby. I'm sorry, Mrs. Kelsey. I was just joking. I was talking about the Dude Perfect guy anyway.
Yeah. Do you you gotta show your kid this, you know.
Do you mind? It was. I mean, dude, that was crazy. In that, imagine being a parent and then you have two children playing in the same Super Bowl.
Yeah, who do you root for? I mean,
Well, you don't root for either, but you just want them both to do well.
That's lame. You got to choose one kid to root for.
You know what? Travis, we're really cheering for you.
What? Jason Nolan Smith. Let's go. Yes. The Philadelphia Bull Eagles.
Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. What they got, like Nakobe Dean, Nolan Smith,
Jalen Carter, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, Jordan Davis.
Yeah, Jordan Davis.
I almost said Big Baby Davis.
It's official. Philadelphia's Athens North.
Yeah, they just
I'm tweeting that
can't wait
out.
for Kirby to somehow end up on the coaching staff at this point. Hey, talk about pipelines, right?
That's true. I was gonna have Dan Siegel on. I'm probably telling on him. He might. Handsome Dan.
Handsome Dan.
He DM'd me, said, "I'm not in any state to be on the show." So at least he's having fun.
Good.
Hopefully he's excited about those ACC picks.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Now it's the 31st pick, but this is the end of the first round because Miami forfeited their pick.
Yeah. What? What's going on? What happened with that? I guess.
So they got in trouble for tampering with Sean Payton for coach and for Tom Brady, and they got neither of them, and then they lost their pick anyway. So
all in typical Miami fashion.
Yes.
Yeah. But no, I think the Chiefs there's one last pick, right, with the Chiefs?
Yep. But this would normally be the second to last pick.
Oh, second. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Interesting. So I think, in my opinion, I think the Eagles had arguably the best first round. I mean, Jalen Carter at number 9, man, is just.
Yeah. I mean, it obviously had the off the field issues, and that I'm not belittling that. That was a serious thing. People died, so I'm clearly respecting that. If that's all, if those sort of red flags and the red flags that McShay were brought up a few times, if those are fine, if you can iron those out, if you can grow past them or whatever, he's got a shot, man. He's got a shot at being a total game wrecker.
Completely agree, especially with his old buddy, Jordan Davis.
Yeah, and that's good to have that familiarity. I would say for Jalen Carter, Michael Jordan is his floor.
Yeah, I would say Michael Jordan is definitely his floor. That's so funny. I do. I just love these comparisons that they come up with. They just give them they put so much pressure on these kids, and it's the biggest day of their lives, and they should be celebrating, not setting these sort of expectations for themselves.
You know what? They've kind of veered away from the they kind of veered away from both the sob stories and the saying like, well, this guy, he stole a candy bar when he was 6. I mean, are we sure we can trust him with this draft pick? You know, like they had all those constant character stories, character assassination stories. I wonder if someone higher up said, hey, get rid of those stories because we were getting trashed on Twitter about them.
Yeah. Speaking of which, speaking of the higher ups, did you hear what's happening with ESPN and all the people that they're going to be letting go?
I mean, I heard, yeah, they were letting some people go, but is there somebody specific?
Well, they just put together like they said they would be letting people go between like this pay salary or like between this amount and this amount.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of speculation going around. I don't remember specifics, so I was just wondering if you had seen any specifics. But people are like, it could be this person, it could be Dan Orlovsky, it could be Susie Colbert. You know what I mean? So,
right.
I guess
I did hear. Remember the day that Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon got fired, or whatever semantics you want to use. Somebody tweeted at Feinbaum, these things happen in threes, watch your back.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, some people are saying that they're gonna.
Hey, here's a sidelines, Alabama. It's crazy that 1 year from today we'll be watching Tyler Buckner shaking the commissioner's hand on a night like this.
Right.
I love it.
Oh.
I love it. They never let up, man.
Who do you think's gonna let Lee Corso go first? ESPN or God? I had
Dude,
to.
we just got demonetized again.
I don't know. I
we
think
got remonetized and demonetized it twice in one night. Unreal.
I mean, he called a kid a little effing midget or something like that. So I think he might be safe if he lived through that.
That's true.
You know.
No, obviously we love Corso. I mean,
of course.
I wish he hadn't had the stroke because it's clearly affects him. But you know, they're super like caring about him, and Herb Street always kind of helps him along. But when they did the COVID thing and he was like they were talking in his ear remotely,
mm-hmm.
I wanted to throw myself through a window because I was like, why would you do this to this guy? Yeah,
and to your point, I mean, it's somebody we love, like we care about. Like that's a guy that I grew up with, and you know, so I while it's all jokes here and we're messing around, that's not something we would ever wish, and it is. That was sad. Yeah,
I do like McAfee. I mean, there's times where he's a little bit over the top, but I don't mind it. It's not annoying. I thought it might be, but McAfee's kind of been great in the roles that he's been in.
Totally agree. I mean, I might be a little biased, as you mentioned. I'm a Colts fan, so I've always followed that guy. He was the one punter that I've always been like, that guy's awesome. You know?
Yeah.
Like normally in the punters in the game, you're like,
and I loved it in the worst play ever against the Patriots. He's actually gone through that and said like, look, they weren't supposed to hike the ball. And the guy who got the ball wasn't in practice that week. And then when he hiked it, I was totally surprised.
I mean, that's just poor planning. I remember that play. I actually remember receiving several texts, probably one from you, being like, what the like you like how do you root for an organization that does something like this?
Did you just see their shirts?
No, what did it say?
Said the woman said bite me, and the guy said big red. And they were like, both 300 pounds. So
It was actually Andy Reid.
it's Andy Reid's husband and his boyfriend. So
Oh,
not that there's anything wrong with that.
no. Okay. They're just flaunting this Lombardi trophy, aren't they?
So what? So they've won 3 trophies in their franchise's history.
Did you hear Kelsey at the beginning of the draft say he said something like, "Who's ready to trade up for the number 1 pick?" Like, dude, what if they did and they traded Travis Kelsey for it? That would have been the greatest moment of draft history.
It would have been. We could have walked off into the sunset.
Yeah, like they announced it while. Oh, you there?
Dude, yeah. Speaking of, do you remember this? I don't know if you were watching, man. What game was it? I think it was when Kansas State was playing TCU. And speaking of Pat McAfee, and he was talking about DK Uzama, and he said that he was on TCU's team, and that's why he was picking them. And then somebody at some point radioed in his ear that he was actually on Kansas State's team. So he's like, "Oh, he must have changed teams. He must have entered the portal." So then he said he was picking Kansas State. Like, changing your pick on, I mean, obviously he had no idea who the guy was. Somebody was just feeding him information or whatever. But
I don't remember that, but that's awesome.
I don't know if I could find the clip. If so, I'll text it to you. But
it looks like they're pretty pumped.
Andy Reid looks great. I've never seen him with blonde hair like this.
Joking. All right, man. Well, I probably got to take off here right now, but if you, I'll leave you to it to finish up, and but it was great hanging out with you, and
Yep.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do this again soon.
Yep, we're gonna keep building, man. Sounds good. I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, sounds good.
Good, buddy.
See you, everyone.
We're at the end. What a great live first event for Pipeline. Watershed moment. You were here. You'll remember where you were at this moment. I just want to thank everyone for tuning in, for watching, those that did, and for leaving comments. Appreciate Corey getting us through the first part of the first round. I want to thank Pipeline Mike, obviously, and I want to thank Jim Weber. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Jim M. Weber, Weber. Make sure you follow us right now. Takes zero amount of effort. Hit that subscribe button. Let's pump our numbers up. We're gonna be really ramping up this content, and want to see more of you, interact with more of you as we continue to build. So make sure you hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Make sure you follow us on Twitter at Pipeline_, and on TikTok at Pipeline. And please, we have podcasts every week. KSD from at Pregame Empire on Twitter. If you don't know him, please follow him. He joins me every week. We talk about the weird, the wild, the wacky, the fun, the lighter side. We're going to keep it light, keep jokes coming, memes, etc. So make sure you follow us on Pipeline Award-winning podcasts. Can be found anywhere, Spotify, Apple, etc. I think that'll do it. We'll see you guys next time. Take care.